Alright, hello everybody, and welcome back to episode 1 of attempt number 20 of Vintage Story Wilderness Survival Permadeath. Now, we had a pretty rough day yesterday. We died like 3 or 4 times in a row. It was brutal, dude. We lost our long winter series as the Blackguard. We got ninja killed by a bear a couple of times, killed by a wolf foolishly one time, but I have endeavored to create a new mod. And this mod is a class mod, adding a new class to the game. And I'm gonna be showing you guys that class while we do attempt 20 here. I think it's well balanced myself, I love it. And there's a link in the description if you'd like to download and play this class for yourself. Special thanks to Erisild, I think that's her name. His or her name, I don't... But they helped me to make this mod, like pretty much beginning to end. On the Discord server for Vintage Story and the modding subforum, they helped me so much. They even helped with uploading it to the Vintage Story website, so it's available for all of you thanks to Erisild. And it's available for us to play thanks to Erisild, so Erisild, thank you very much. Right on, now let's get started. I'm gonna get my chat ready here on my tablet, and then we'll hop in and test it out. I already know it works. Wilderness Survival, VSPD 20. Jeez. Yeah, VSPD 20, Vintage Story Permadeath. So we have 1 life. We can transport water in a bucket. The prospecting pick has an 8-block reach. We can micro chisel stone, wood, and bricks. And then class exclusive recipes. I think that's everything, but I'll double check my little document here. Yeah, that's everything. Good. All right, apply. And let's hop in. I'll take you guys through my new class, kind of show it to you. Hello, Cameron. Hello, good morning, buddy. Good morning. I'd ask you if you slept well, but I think we already know the answer to that question. Alright guys, check out my new class. The Orphan. It is not any morsels scrounged, nor hovels slept in which have guaranteed your survival up until now, but rather your unyielding tenacity in the face of all adversities. Orphans are wayward sons and daughters. They've always had to take care of themselves, and as a result have become fiercely determined to carry on through hardships of any magnitude. You will never allow yourself to know true hunger ever again. And this class has 10% more walk speed, 5 more health points, and then it also has reduced melee and range damage with the 30% hunger rate. So 2 of my favorite positives with 3 of my least favorite negatives. Right on, let's hop in. I am the Orphan. Hell yes. Oh my god, it works. This is a weird spawn. I spawned near a bunch of horsetail, which is good, but we also spawned near a forest, which is extremely bad. Like, I could get ganked by a wolf or a bear just without even having a warning. I'm gonna try to stay crouched. Hopefully, if there is one around, it won't see us. We need these horsetails for sure. That's, like, guaranteed. And I gotta find my way out of these woods. I'm very excited to take this class for a test drive. Alright, looks like we have a lot of mushrooms here. I'm gonna grab them. There's also a trader right there. Fly agaric, I think, is a poisonous mushroom. Yeah, it is. We'll drop it. We got a pretty good spawn in terms of finding immediate heals and food. Let's hope there's not like a counterbalancing effect here where we're gonna get run up on and 1-hit killed by a bear. Because we sure as shit won't know the bear is coming until it's already here. It's not like there's a warning. Got a stick? All right, more mushrooms. I did die on the 19th. Yes, I did, buddy. We got attacked by a ninja bear in our copper mine, like our surface node copper mine. We went down into it, and then a bear came in and killed us in there. We were literally trapped in a tiny hole with it. It was horrible. I heard something howl. Oh my god. I gotta get the hell out of Dodge. I don't like it here, man. Tool vessel. Perfect time. Oh my god. I just got a copper shovel and a copper knife, dude. What is going on? I'm gonna die bloody. It's the only logical solution to this. You get luck this good, something bad's gonna happen. Like, all right, let's go. I think that's poisonous. Yeah. Okay. Zoom out. Make sure I have my third-person view prepared. We gotta find a way out of these woods, man. I do not like it in here. I like the food and the horsetails, but I hate everything else about it. I don't exactly see a clearing over there. This is such a verdant forest, man. It's unreal. That's poisonous. Very poisonous. Ninja bears again, yeah. Shameful, absolutely shameful conduct from the bears yesterday. Unreal, unimaginably unfair. Let's just try to not have it happen again. I'm pretty much, I'm trying to risk just going for a stack of these at this point because they're right here. I don't want to die. We've had the best luck. Can you believe we found a copper shovel and a copper knife just like that? In a tool vessel? Like, that's unimaginably fortunate. But it means nothing if we die, so... Okay, we have a full stack of that shit now. Let's go. We got a jet. The trader's right here. I gotta get out of these damn woods. We need to find a clearing. I'm ambivalent about foraging, man, because we're sitting ducks as long as I'm foraging, right? It's risky. But there's so much food in here, like, it's unimaginable. All right, let's just keep moving. I certainly won't be eating a death cap. I can't even take that resin. Honestly. Okay. Oh my god. Come on, let me out of here. I'm surrounded by woods. It's just a big mountain of woods. We're never gonna run out of frickin' food for the early game, though. Like, this is insane. All right, let's just run this way. as far this way as this way goes. As quick as possible. We don't want to get caught by a bear or a wolf. Try to stick to the high ground so I can see. We got water. I don't know if that was dirt or a bear, but I'm going over here. Jack-o'-lantern. I will not be eating that. Okay. We gotta keep moving. I gotta find cattails and like an open clearing. I absolutely must escape this deadly forest. There's gotta be a clearing somewhere. Oh god, I don't want to stop anywhere. I don't see any wild animals. I haven't even... Oh yeah, I don't need to make a knife. Oh my god, I have one. Okay, let's eat these cranberries. I still can't believe I looted that stuff, man. I am expecting a horrible death with luck this good. Alright, quick. Make a basket. Put the lotion in the basket. Let's go. Alright. I need to try to take a look around. I'm having such good luck that I'm having trouble believing that I actually chose the right settings for the playthrough, but like I'm pretty confident I did. Oh, this copper knife is cherry, man. Like, and we have a copper shovel for our day one. That's unreal. What is this? What's going on here? All right, we have a full inventory. Let's keep moving. Get rid of that. Okay. At least now I have my inventory opened up, but I hate this hilly terrain. I know that one bear would spell doom, even a wolf if I got stuck on the terrain. So let's get to the high ground. Try to find out where we go to escape this dangerous, dangerous woods. I'm just a runaway orphan. I I don't like bears. Orphans and bears have never gotten along. It is known. This is the densest woods I've ever seen. Oh my god. We might be approaching a clearing. I hope so. Some type of exit. If I find a big, flat, open field, I'm gonna shit a brick. Wait, scout, take a look around. All right, we have some clay here, but not the best place to gather it, honestly. Let's keep moving. We're entering somewhat of a biome switch. I might be home free soon, hopefully. That might be a brown bear over there. That's definitely a wolf. Oh my god, have we found a field? There's a very hefty pine forest around here. And now that I'm not playing as the Blackguard, I'm not gonna fail every single time I try to gather a resin. Or at least I'm not gonna fail like 50% of the time, you know, that's good. We need to find a habitable space, man. I seldom have to travel this far to find a home. But the peril of the home search is matched only by the extreme fortune we have had thus far. We cannot understate the absolute blessed luck we've had. But like I said, it means nothing if I get killed. So let's just keep moving and try to be very conscious of the terrain. Bears, wolves. Wait. Take a look around. All right. Guys, we found flat land. And what's that up there? Okay, we have ruins. Got some berries. We'll search these later. What is that? A tool vessel. I'll take it. Another shovel and a knife, but they're kind of low quality. We could still use them. I can't loot anymore. Okay, we have to pick a place to settle down. If I base up over there by the traders, I could use them for storage. This is a perfect home. Oh, just perfect. Let's eat that flax grain real quick. Eat these berries. Oh. You got 8 hours of sleep, Cameron? What, you talking the magnesium? Right on. All right, we found some clay here. We have clay. I need to get some dirt. Let's stay in third person so I might see a bear if I have to before he comes at me, right? Let's check up here by the trader. The trader certainly has a lot of good going for it. That's a massive body of water. I need a body of water near my base for our garden, but I honestly don't know that I want to base up around here. Maybe what we can do is temporarily use the trader's little base here, because he's got storage, I'd imagine. He has a wooden chest. He has several wooden chests and a basket, as well as a bed. But this place isn't conducive to, like, actually living in. Let's start gathering our dirt. This is all medium fertility soil, which is amazing. Let's start by using this flint shovel. Anyway, you know what I will do is I will use his storage for now. Why not, right? So I'm gonna need 2 stacks of dirt to get started here. I have 2 inventory slots available. I'm gonna stay in third person. I want to have a bird's eye view of any potential bears that might be in the area. I'm loving this class so far, man. 15 health and 10% walk speed, like, it's beautiful, buddy. I'm no longer an alone and scared orphan. That's my secret. I'm always alone and scared. I've had to survive on my own in these cobbled streets. Where's the cobbles? I'm thinking of basing up down there. I mean, that big lake was beautiful, and the land was so flat around it. Okay. Let's keep gathering, and then I can pick up that stuff once the shovel breaks. All right. Yeah. Convenient as it would be to be right next to the trader. Let's go in here. Deposit in his central chest things that we know we won't need for a while. The food I'll definitely need. The seeds and the flax fibers can go in there. All right, we have to build a house somewhere. Yeah, ideally you find a trader with a large body of water near him so you can use it for a garden. But this trader doesn't have such a thing, so we're gonna have to go back. I see a lot of field mushrooms here. Let's get some clay. I'm gonna try to get like a stack of it. And then we're gonna mark this. Oh, we gotta build our house, man. Okay, let's get over here to the body of water. Go third person. Right over here, I guess. Yeah, nice flat ground. Can have our base here. All right, let's get building. Gotta be quick about this. It's getting dark. All right. These flowers are really getting in the way. All right. I didn't even, oh God. Okay, there's a tree right there. I need to make an axe and I need to cut that down. I need to make a wattle gate. Got it. We're still gonna need more dirt. Eat the berries. Make an axe. I'm gonna need some dry grass too. Wait. Take a look around. Okay. Any branchy leaves? Okay. We got our firewood. This is pretty tight. Not gonna lie, pretty tight. We have some cattails in there, but not many. All right. We have to try to complete our roof. Gonna need more. Okay. Let's start a fire right here in the middle in the back. Make our firewood. We need a fire starter, which is sticks and dry grass. And then I need torches. I'll take 3. Let's ditch these flowers. I hate having this many flowers where I build. Okay. Let's get this done before it gets too dark. God, I still have to build the roof. Okay. Let's start the fire. And then light my torches. Shelter, fire, food. Fire, water, air, wind. Hang will change the world. Okay, stack the firewood. Our torches are lighting. I need one of them. Anyway, I have like a lit beacon going over there to where the trader is. I don't know what the rift activity is, but I have to finish my roof before one of those crazy legs monsters shows up because I don't even have a weapon yet, right? Crazy legs could fuck me up. He could enter my base through the roof. It would be horrible. Let's go. All right, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. We have a shelter, guys. We made it. We crossed this big hurdle. I can shape a clay cooking pot and some bowls tonight. We got enough clay for that, at least, right? And we'll shape whatever else we can, like storage vessels or whatever. All right. Man, that was an intense start, not gonna lie. We had the best luck. We found a shitload of food. I found a tool vessel with a copper shovel and copper knife in it. Like, that's unreal. Let's eat all these blueberries. And let's make whatever bandages I can. 12 of them. Use those so I don't bleed hunger saturation for health restoration. And then let's start shaping clay. Cooking pot. Tomorrow we're gonna gather a shitload of sticks and dry grass and firewood. And clay. Tomorrow is those, we have a good surplus of starting food here. I wasn't able to get 40 cattail rhizomes like I usually do, but we have a lot of food that we don't usually have. Yeah, cooking pot and 3 bowls. First thing you should make. I need improvised armor for sure. That might be the only thing that saves my life if I get hit. I can already survive a hit from a wolf. I can only survive a hit from a bear once my health reaches 18. And we're close. We only need a little bit more nutrition to cross that threshold. Yeah, 17.5. I need to eat more vegetables, but our berries are gone, so that's what's gonna happen. Let's just eat that onion now, and then I'll shape whatever clay things I can. Yeah, storage vessel. I either heard a wolf or a fox, I don't know which. Oh man, Arch though, we had the worst of luck spawning in the middle of the forest, right? It was equally packaged. We spawned in a very mountainous and hilly forest. So we had immediate access to mushrooms and horsetails, and we found the tools, but we also had to get out of there alive, and that could have gone anyway. Yeah, I don't believe in jinxes. I don't. I believe in taking the surprise away from reality by fully assessing what happens. So like, whenever Zuzi's about to go somewhere, I usually make a joke like, don't die in a car accident. Because all of a sudden, I just spoiled the surprise. Fate doesn't want to do it now, because if it does it, then it'll be like I predicted it and the surprise isn't there, right? You spoil the surprise, and then Lady Fate is less capricious. At least that's how I view it. That's my philosophy of how it probably works. Okay. I can't even make a storage container yet. I need that torch. I don't really want to do any exploring out at night. I might be okay just cutting some grass, but it really comes down to like whether or not a wolf shows up. I can survive one hit from a wolf, no problem. Second hit will probably kill me. And when I say probably, what I really mean is like definitely. We got field mushrooms around the house. There's a body of water over there, and I could get some cattails, but I will not do it at night, mainly because the wolves greatly outspeed me in water. If they caught me in there, that would be it for us. Yeah, I have to make progress. Either, like, no matter what, we have to do something productive, right? We know we're gonna need dry grass for our kilns, so that's something we can do even in absolute darkness, with just a little bit of light. We have forget-me-nots, which means that this biome supports beehives. Alright, I gotta get rid of these flowers here. We're not gonna struggle to find flowers for our damn beehives. We can say that confidently. Granted, we live that long. First impressions of this class, I love it already, honestly. I love having the movement speed and the health boost, right? Because I always felt like I was choosing between the two. The movement speed is important in winter, when you have to run away from a bear, but the snow you're walking through is slowing you down. But the health is important from the Blackguard every other time, when you get hit by a wolf or a bear and you want to survive that hit instead of being one hit killed, right? So I feel like the Orphan is the perfect class for this. We are the Orphan. Hell yeah. This is some Sailor Charm level schizo philosophy. I approve. Yeah. Hello, Steven. Hello, buddy. How are you today? And you know what, Cameron, Arch, I kind of, I was so caught up in the intro, I kind of forgot to ask. How are you guys doing, huh? How are your days going? I mean, Cameron, you apparently slept well, so that's rock solid. I'm really happy you were able to find some assistance with that magnesium. Funnily enough, since I took the magnesium, I haven't been sleeping well. I slept really well the first night I took it. But after that, I'm having bad sleeps again. I'm getting like 6 hours, so I'm not sleep deprived. But, I'm like tossing and turning a lot. I'm waking up in the night at random. It's weird stuff, buddy. Weird stuff. And it usually happens where I'll wake up at 8:30 in the morning, and I know I've only slept like 6 hours, and yet despite that, I just can't go back to sleep, Okay, I now have 2 stacks of dry grass. That's something that we managed to get done, even at nighttime, which is good. All right. It is 1:40 in the morning. Let's see if I can use this 8 clay to make something. Maybe like a crucible, right? Yeah, that only requires 2 clay. I'm gonna want 2 crucibles over time. So let's make 2 crucibles right now. It's something that we can do with the limited resources and time that we have available to us. Rift activity is low in the area, which I like. There's a crucible. Let's make a second one. The reason why I like to have 2 crucibles is because sometimes I want to make like copper bars and bronze bars at the same time. We're really planning ahead here, but again, it's something we know we'll need in the future that we have time to produce now. In fact, like that's, you know, a second cooking pot can store more meals and we can make more batches in advance. So let's make another cooking pot. It requires 4 clay. I have 3. I can make another bowl. Yeah, let's make another bowl. And then I'll partially do the cooking pot and we'll finish it later. All right. Yeah, let's start that last cooking pot here. All right, we're all out of clay. Now, I do need storage. We don't have any. I can use the trader, his wagon, as storage temporarily. Massive cave-in just happened, but the sun is rising. We're getting light. And with sufficient light, maybe I can do some exploring. I'm gonna litter the fire starter. If it's made of sticks and thatch, it's not exactly littering. Let's go try to get some cattails. I'm looking around for any bears that might be here. Wolves too. Trying to avoid them, right? We don't know it yet, but there may be some viable fishing in this lake. We'll need to find out later. Let's get a good look around before I just start willy-nilly gathering shit, because a lot of it comes down to whether or not there's a predator nearby, right? I heard something over there. Could just be a fox, but we don't know for sure. So we'll be very timid in our approach. Monster, crazy legs. Right, I never even made a spear yet. I might want to get on that. Let's do it. If I have a weapon, I can at least respond. Now, this class has reduced melee and range damage. I felt that was the best way, and he has an increased hunger rate, right? I found that was the best way to balance the positives that he's got. The hell? What's going on here? Oh, okay. Oh, it's because I was in third person mode, so it was getting funky. That makes sense. Let's make another spear. And another. There we go. Eat the onion. And I'll eat those orange oak bullets. As well as these bearded tooth mushrooms. And the chanterelles. Our food is going fast, for sure. But at least now, I have enough max health to survive a hit from a bear. I do. Alright. And like I said, we're gonna go to the trader and we're gonna deposit some stuff in his wagon. I have some weaponry now. I heard a chicken. That's food. Maybe we have to hunt them. don't want to leave him to flank me later. He seems to be running, but he may come back. Okay. Holy shit, he just caused a massive cave-in. Look at this guy. A fiercely disruptive entity, holy. What the hell? Something's broken. I just got a glitch. I don't know. Oh, okay, it was just a little bit of server lag, it looks like. Everything's fine. I was worried there for a second, but everything's fine. Yeah, we got a massive server lag spike. That happens normally. That's not really a result of my mod. It's just not something you notice every time. Okay, let's get some sticks. We know we're gonna need them, and let's heal our health damage now. Otherwise, we're gonna lose hunger, saturation, to health regeneration. That's why it's so important that you get a good supply of horsetail in the early game, right? We found some berries. I'll eat these, the mushrooms. Eat those berries. Yeah, we need to get a shitload of sticks. We already have the dry grass, and we'll need firewood too. And we need some clay. We're gonna head to the trader right after I'm done here, and we're gonna deposit. All right, let's go. Never pass up flax seeds. Yeah, that third-person mode allows you to have much more security. I mean, you can see everything around you, right? Definitely has its place. All right. Hello there, trader. Deposit all the seeds, the grain. Try to save the grain. We'll deposit the dry grass, the horsetail. I'll plant the maple seeds. And I think that constitutes a clean enough inventory for now. I need to keep the sticks and the flint on me. All right. Now, sticks. Not gonna be entirely safe to gather them. Let's go over here, cut down that tree, and get the branches off of it before we cut it down. Found some berries. More cranberries over here. Spelt and onions. With an edible onion and some flax. Oh yes. That's a harvestable flax right there. All right. Let's take a careful look around before I assume my own safety here. You know what they say, when you assume, you make an ass of you're gonna die. That's exactly what they say and how they say it. All right, we have a lot of berries, and there's some cattails here. We're gonna harvest them in third person so I can see, and I have forewarning if a predator is on the approach. Yeah, third person mode is, I've come to realize just how critical it is for your survival. You need to use it. Got more flax seeds. Beautiful. My inventory is looking pretty ragged right now. What is that? Parsnips? Onion seeds. Let's eat these onions. I need to increase my vegetable score to raise my max health anyway. No seeds from any of that. Rough. But at least, you know, we got the flax seeds we wanted before. It gives and takes. All right. Happy to see it. Oh, we missed some berries. Beautiful. All right, let's go. I'm gonna pull up. Yeah, get all these sticks before you cut the tree down. You'll end up with far more sticks than if you had simply cut the tree down without doing this. Hopefully, guys, the Orphan has a long and fruitful playthrough. Kind of like the Blackguard did in Attempt 16 and 15. Yeah, the Blackguard, we had some great playthroughs with the Blackguard. The slowed movement speed in winter definitely caught me off guard. It's the snow piles. They reduce your movement speed apparently by 5% every layer, and up to 3 layers can naturally generate on a block due to snowfall. Not seeing any more branchy leaves over there, but there might still be some up here. Let's go check. Not that I can see. All right, time to go. We gotta cut this tree down, get the firewood. We need like 2 stacks of sticks, like a lot. That's kind of why we're being so thorough about all this. Let's just eat that flax grain. All right, I have a stack and a quarter of sticks. That's good. That's a good start. I can plant these tree seeds so I can collect the wood. Damn shame you died, but at least you know what you need. Indeed, indeed. I'm doing pretty good, Steven. Pretty good, buddy. Thank you. I made my own class. Did you know that? Did you see like the title or the... Yeah. Check it out. It's called the Orphan. It has +5 health points like the Blackguard, +10 walk speed like the Hunter, but it also has really heavy negatives to like balance it out. Reduced melee and range damage and an increased hunger rate. Really cool. I made it this morning. I needed help to make it though. It was pretty hard to figure out. I went to the Vintage Story Discord and someone named Erisild helped me with the entire fucking process. Even helped me upload the mod to the official website. So you guys, you can download this mod for Vintage Story yourselves and play this class if you want. It's there for you guys if you want it. Okay. I haven't found any peat yet. We're gonna want to grab a whole bunch of clay, like 4 or 5 stacks. Let's go third person for safety's sake. This entire area seems very temporally stable. Yeah, let's deposit. Seeds, flax fibers, seeds. We're gonna need to take that wood home. I need more sticks. We have a lot of berries, that's good. Let's make a reed basket so I can start storing the food in a cellar. I'll also take those horsetails home. Yeah, let's go home. All right, let's take those onion seeds. If we even get any. Yeah. I'll eat that onion now. This is our clay right here. You have gastroparesis. God, that's rough, buddy. That's honestly sounds really rough. You could use hay bales. Yeah, that's true. Hey, I found peat. Okay, we gotta mark this. The only reason I don't use hay bales is, like, I find I usually have a surplus of dirt, but I don't always have a surplus of dry grass. Let's eat this. It will be nice to finally have our own little storage chest at base, however small it is. Okay, put that in there. Deposit our food. And then we can put a bunch of stuff in here to save on space. I don't really need the torch right now, so we'll leave that. Close that up. I can deposit the seeds at the trader. And we have some food for traveling. Let's gather a bunch of clay and peat. I need, you know what, let's just keep focusing on the sticks and firewood right now. I don't see any dangerous animals around. We got more black currant berries. Honestly, I don't really need firewood. I'll keep the wood because we need it for charcoal, but I can use peat instead of firewood for our pit kilns. So we can just dig up a bunch of peat. Which we did just find. A lot of it, too. Let's get started, I guess. I just hope nothing runs up on us. That's always a fear. Always. Ever present. Okay, I'd say 3 stacks of peat will be more than enough for my immediate needs. All right, that'll do. Now we need to go get some clay. Let's eat these berries, the red ones. I haven't really made a spot to kill a bear yet. I'm gonna need to do that. Several, really. We'll do it when we get home. And I might want to make myself some armor also. Make sure I have at least a modicum of protection against some of the dangers around. There's a lot of clay here. We're not gonna run out of clay anytime soon. All right. Deposit the seeds. We can put the flour on the ground. Hell yeah. 1, 2, 3. We're working on the 4th stack of clay right now. All right, there we go. That's enough clay, and we got a bunch of peat. We can stack the peat on the ground. We're gonna need sand, for sure, in order to actually make our firing area, right? I don't really see any sand around here, but we'll see what we can do. I have no idea what minerals are available, too. We're gonna have to check that out later, but it's not a priority at the moment. All right. Clay and peat, very neat. Nice. Okay, now we have the clay. I can store a couple stacks in there, deposit the wood. The cranberries will keep for a while. We'll eat these black currant berries. I can get rid of that dirt for now, open up an inventory slot. Wait. I guess I'll just take the torch and deposit that stack of clay. Seal that up. We opened up our inventory as much as we could. We're gonna set out in search of cattails and sand. There's a nearby fox. Hang on. Due diligence, I'm gonna make some armor. Okay. So pause the game. When looking through here, 2, 4, 6, 12, 14 wood. I need 14 wood. Okay, and then I just need to get some dry grass. 9 dry grass, and then we can craft it. Okay, we now have our improvised armor. Let's equip it. Still trying to finish our second stack of sticks. All right, let's set out in search of cattails and sand. And honestly, I'm gonna take the fish. Wow, it takes me 2 spear thrusts to kill a fish because of that minus 15 melee damage. Damn. What is what it is? That's what we wanted, right? A well-balanced class with some good positives and good negatives. Okay. We can always return to the trader to deposit some things. And from the trader, we're going to have a bird's eye view. We're going to try to see if we can locate some sand. I need a whole bunch. Not really seeing any sand around here, though. I might need to, instead of sand, use packed dirt as my sort of fireproof area. All right, let's eat those turnips. Free up the inventory space, and let's check over here for any sand we can find. Surprisingly, very little sand around here. It's a very verdant area, a lot of lush greenery, no sand. We need these. I will want another reed chest, I'd imagine. Okay. I see more black currant berries. And red currant. More flax. Mature flax and a few flax seeds. Beautiful. I think that's granite and slate that we have here. I fell. That's fine. Well, if I don't find sand or gravel, I can't sift for copper nuggets, so we're gonna have to find some somewhere. We'll just look around. We're already done with the day's labors, and look at this. We actually found a shitload of sand just sitting here. We're gonna gather a whole bunch of this. We need it. I'm gonna eat that flax grain. We have 2 inventory spaces that we can fill up with sand. Yes, buddy, I'm so glad we found this. We need it. We need all of it. And this copper shovel is fucking carrying us, buddy. Same with the copper knife. I can't believe we found both of those in the same tool vessel. Doing good so far, buddy. Doing real good. Try to get some more soil too for packed dirt. All right. Let's make 30 more packed dirt, and then I can grab 1 more stack of sand. Maybe. We're kind of grabbing a shitload of it, but we'll see how I can do collapse-wise. I don't want to cause any crazy terrain collapses, right? Seem to be doing just fine, though. This copper shovel, man, it has been worth its weight in gold. Well, I guess worth its weight in copper. Okay. We got 3 stacks of sand, and we got all the clay that we need. So we're ready to do the real serious, like, investing in the playthrough work. Harvest 1 more sand by hand, and we are good. I just gotta make a new shovel. Okay. All right, let's go to the trader and deposit the unwanted items. Let's eat some black currant berries. They won't keep as long as the red ones. And I see cattails down there that I'd kind of like to get. It's cool how if your camera is underwater, it changes the sound of the music. Not just your character, like if your character's above the water line, but your camera's below it, it'll still change the sound. All right, we got a little bit more berries over here. Cranberries. Let's eat them now. There's another cranberry bush right here. I'm just not quite hungry enough to eat what it's got. Let's put the torch in the offhand. Take my knife and head on home. Or I can just go deposit at the trader, and then I can take the torch out of my offhand. And we can grab more cranberries on the way, because it looks like there's a lot around the water. That was great. We got a lot more food because of that little maneuver. I mean, yes, we're getting hungrier because I'm holding my torch in my offhand, but at the same time, we're taking more food home. So it's like, you know, fair enough. Good exchange. Right on. Okay, close the gate. Deposit the seeds. Flax fiber. Unequip the torch from my hand. And then put the knife back down, axe back down, torch where it belongs. Okay. I'll take the dry grass home. We're gonna need it soon. All right, let's go. All in all, a magnificent day 2. We did wonderfully. Now we have to spend the night clay shaping. That meat will last for days in there. All right. I need another storage chest, which I can now make. Let's grab it. Beautiful. No more inventory woes. We're covered. I'm gonna eat these black currant berries next. And now that we have the clay, let's get to work. All right, we have our second cooking pot now. Nice, so 4 bowls, 2 crucibles, 2 cooking pots. I need to make 4 more clay storage vessels as well. All right, so I can do the top and the right-hand side, going from left to right, bottom to top, with the double thing to make it faster. I'll do all the bottom rows first. Yeah, check out what I mean. There's a couple of axes where you can actually, you can use the 2x2 to fill it in. Like this, right? Lets you fill it in a little faster, and then bottom to top. But I can't do it for the bottom here or the left because it like gets a different result. It ends up putting clay blocks that you have to remove. Okay. Which makes it, you know, this makes it a lot faster for those two lines and a lot easier. Okay. One more. All right, now we just build these up. Orphan Farm Simulator when Harry the Potter. Oh, that's good. Right on. I am a therapist now. You're a small little orphan and we'll all be okay. You're strong, don't worry. Yeah, I survived with no one for years. I can handle this. The class description that I gave to the orphan was fucking badass, dude. We had such a productive day too. We got all the sticks we need, all the dry grass that we need, the peat, the clay, and the sand for fireproofing the pit. 3 stacks of sand. Like, we have enough sand left over to even fireproof our charcoal kiln. We did great today. It was a wonderful day. And you know what? I find I feel a lot safer when I lean on the third-person camera to have a greater field of view around my character. And I will certainly be trying to lean on it more. See, in the last playthrough we had, Attempt 19, when I got janked by that bear, it's possible that if I had approached the mine with a third-person camera up, that I might have seen the bear first, before he killed me, right? I kind of like having multiple ones on the go, because then I don't need to change my mode as much, right? Like, I just did the 2x2 stuff on all of them, and now I'm gonna do the 1x1 stuff on all of them. It results in having to change your mode less. Harry the Potter. Oh, man. And for this, actually, I can use the triple. I just have to stay on the outside edge. these were definitely the most cost-heavy things to make. Once these pots are done, it really just comes down to the anvil. That's going to take a lot too, and maybe the watering can. All right, now let's just duplicate layer for the rest of these. All right, we have our 5 clay pots all done. I did 4 here. I have 1 over there in the corner. Right on. Very busy night. We're passing the time well, and we got a lot more to do. All right, now for the anvil mold. All right, use the double. Go that way, single dot the rest. Duplicate layer a few times. I can do the double for that. And this. All right, anvil mold is now done. Now, I don't think I can rely on finding surface copper bits in this playthrough, so we're gonna have to make a hammer mold, prospector's pick mold, and pickaxe mold. All of them. We'll start with the 2 pickaxes. And then the hammer. I'm getting shot at by something. Let's close that. All right, pickaxe mold is done. Now for the prospecting pick. And finally, the hammer. Beautiful. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I will still need some more stuff. Let's take a little late dinner break though. Eat these berries. For your Mud Hut's extended warranty. I haven't paid my bills in days. That reminded me of Crazy 8. Emilio in fucking Breaking Bad. Sell you a glass of water, offer you extended warranty on the ice. Alright, I could make crock pots. I need a jug. I still need a watering can for the garden. Let's just duplicate layer these. Yeah, it seems easier that way. Done. Done. That. All right. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 slots. Now we'll make 4 crock pots, I think. I need ingot molds, right. Okay. A lot of ingot molds, honestly. I usually prefer to make like 10. So, all right. It's 5 red clay for every 2. So tomorrow is going to be largely about just setting up our clay firing area. We have a good supply of food. The lands have been good to us. Okay. Oh yeah, we're gonna get cozy. We're gonna get nice and fucking cozy. We're gonna have a cozy home. All right, 4 more ingot molds. I never end up using the jug for anything, so I'm not gonna craft jugs. Not even 1. Later in the game, I'll probably craft 8 so I can have like a stack of liquids. Because that seems like a very good way to have a lot of food in 1 inventory slot, right? Anyway, I think nighttime is just about over. We're gonna set up our little firing area. We have our 10 ingot molds prepared. Nice. So, 4, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17 slots of stuff. Nighttime is definitely over. It's 5:46 in the AM. Is there anything else I want to make here? I could make 4 crock pots for storing excess food, and that's just one more slot, right? Let's do that. Maybe not 4 more crock pots. I'll make 2 crock pots and 2 bowls, because we're gonna want extra bowls for our oil lamps, right? Okay. We have just enough clay for all this stuff. However much we took, it was the perfect amount. We're not gonna have, like, we'll barely have any surplus at all. Okay, there's the 2 crocks and 2 more bowls. All right, now we got a lot of work to do. Let's get everything set up. Oh, that's a lot of work done. Holy shit, look at all that. Okay, open this. We'll grab our next food. I will eat those red currants, grab the sticks, we're gonna need them. Cover that up. Put the clay in here. We'll need that sand and the dry grass and then a bunch of peat. All right, so honestly, I would kind of like to clear all of this, but that adds a lot to our workload. Let's get a bird's eye view so that I might see something coming if it runs at me. I'm gonna plug this hole up. Yeah. Anyway, I don't need to clear that entire area. Pretty much all I have to do is make sure there's a wide enough space with fireproofing for my clay forming. Let's just clear this little dirt mound right here. I'm gonna definitely need another shovel. Frickin' flowers. Millions of fucking flowers all the time. Hate it. I hate basing up in a place with a bunch of flowers. It's frilly, it's girly. I'm a boy orphan, not a girl orphan. What do I consider decent building blocks in the early game? Rammed earth is honestly pretty good. It looks like bricks, and you make it out of dirt, right? So I could definitely get behind the rammed earth club. All right. So how many slots of shit do I have that need to be placed? These flowers are going to be the biggest annoyance for sure. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 18. I need 18 slots dug out for a fire pit. All right. So you have block, middle, block, and then the rim. So let's start the rim. What the hell was that? Maybe it's, I don't know, just a monster underground. All right. So our first slot is going to be right here. And we need to do a checkerboard. All right. So how many slots is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. I need 3 more. 16, 17, 18. All right, now we have to fireproof that whole area. Let's go ahead and make more shovels. Get rid of those flowers, because fucking flowers. I'll make these tools in the house, where it's safer. Okay. I'll zoom out as far as possible, try and give myself a real bird's eye of any threats that might come. So I need, God, I don't know how much peat I need. I know I need 18 times 4, but 5 of them are also clay storage vessels, so they'll need twice as much. I guess that just means I need 5 times 18, which is 18, 36, 72, 90. So I need 90, but then 5 times 4 extra, so I need 110 peat. I'm gonna need more peat. Fair enough. Let's go grab more sand. We have plenty. All right. Okay. There we go. We have all of our slots ready. Now we just add some saw blade teeth to an overhang, like rain-proofing thing. Yeah, like that. Now it's rain-proof. The rain won't be putting out our kilns while they try to produce. The whole thing is sufficiently fireproofed. Great work. I could switch the house to rammed earth. I probably should. Like, just for the sake of it, right? I never have, but I definitely should. Because it's a 1-to-1 ratio, I'm pretty sure. Like, you can just make rammed earth. And it becomes just as much packed dirt as you used, so. Alright, let's deposit everything that we can. Fucking flowers. All right. Now let's start getting stuff in there. Okay. It looks like I may have miscalculated or like I didn't add enough slots, but we can add more. Hang on. Oh, maybe I do have enough slots. No, these are all full. Okay, yeah, we gotta add 2 more slots. Yeah, I definitely just miscalculated, which is fine. Actually, I didn't miscalculate. No, I got the dimensions right. I just forgot to dig those holes. So yeah, we're good. Let's get all of this set up and burning. All of it. Get it all producing. I don't even have enough dry grass or sticks. We gathered a whole bunch, but this is a very hefty workload, so. Yeah, it's gonna be an all-day affair trying to get this set up and producing. All right, so I need more sticks. Wait, let's at least set up these and get them burning so I have my cooking pot and stuff as soon as possible. Is that gonna spread? I don't know. I'm ambivalent about it. I don't want it to spread. I don't know if I light one, if it'll spread to another, so I can't really light them yet. We're gonna have to wait. Let's grab more dry grass, get more sticks, get things going. The fuck was that? Oh, that's okay, that's a monster in the cave below me that I sealed off. We're gonna hear monster roars from time to time. All right, 10 more dry grass and we're good. Now we need sticks. I need 40 sticks. No. I need 56 sticks. Let's go grab what we need then. Basically need another entire stack of sticks for a work order this large. Let's enter third person mode so I can get a bird's eye view of the surrounding area. It seems okay here. I don't want to jump the gun, but I seem like I'm safe. Okay. Third person view. I saw some berries, didn't I? Yeah, over here. More cranberries. I'm just trying to make sure there's not like a bear or a wolf around that's going to attack me when I least expect it. I may get attacked by something emerging from that portal, however. So far, so good. 37 sticks out of the required, what, 58 did we say? This is a very dense, branchy bush here. Very nice. I'll go grab those red berries if I can. Black currants. A lot of berries around. Let's scout. I see no threats nearby. Get the hell away from that portal. Holy shit. When's our first temporal storm? 6 days. Plenty of time, honestly. Let's eat these red currants. I'll at least have all these going before nightfall. That's kind of my goal. And I'm sure we'll make it. It's only 3 p.m., so. Okay, let's return. We have all the sticks we need, plus a couple extra. Okay. Grab whatever peat we have. I may actually have enough peat. Maybe my calculations were off, or maybe I had more than I thought I did, but it looks like we're fine. All right. Let's get all this shit lit then. Yeah, if you want to light it as fast as possible, don't look for the fire particles to come out. Instead, look at the top of the screen where it says pit kiln and wait for the unlit tag to become lit. And then that's when you know it's time to move on to the next one. Now, I still have a piece of chicken meat that I should cook. I don't know how much more shelf life time it has, or maybe it's not chicken, but it's actually fish meat. Regardless, we should cook it before it goes bad. Okay, all of our pit kilns are lit. The beacon of Amundir is lit. Gondor calls for aid. Gondor calls for clay products, clay goods and services. Yeah, that's only fresh for another 21 hours. Let's cook it. And then I'll take the black currant berries to eat later. We have a decent surplus of food right now. Decent. All right. Food vessel containing a whole bunch of rice grain. A little bit more grain. And some seeds. All right. We got to deposit those two things at the trader, as well as maybe the sand. I could use that low fertility soil as I proceed to make more markers in the area. And I'm going to gather more peat, as well as any crops I see, and cattails we could use. The peat is located on somewhat of a complex hill, which kind of sucks, but, you know, we got a little bit. There's a lot of cattails here. I just have to make sure I don't get attacked by anything while I try to gather them. So we'll gather them in third person. You don't think you need more cattails until you run out of horsetail poultice, and then you have nothing to heal yourself with, right? I've basically grown to realize if I see cattails in the early game, I should just grab them. Even later on, you need them for skeps and shit. Like, I just find cattails are always relevant. And you always need a bunch of them. Red wine caps are edible mushrooms. There's plenty of field mushrooms. Look at this. We got more peat. I'll grab this. It's in more favorable terrain than the other peat is. The sun is setting. I will have to go home very shortly. We can deposit our unwanted items at the trader before we go home. Okay, let's eat that chicken. Grab even more peat. Honestly, we're gonna want to stock up on the fire fuel, right? Fire's the one thing you always reliably need, so... Okay, I can't really kill the chicken. I don't have the space in my inventory. Perhaps on the way home if he's still around. I see crops right there, turnips that I should grab. We're gonna want to set our sights now on getting our farm started. Making the farm at this point, you know, it's the important aspect of what we still have to do. All right, we have a lot of seeds. 19 flax is very good. We're gonna go for like a day 4 farm, maybe. Try to get it all set up. I have a body of water that we can build it into. Let's eat these black currant berries. We'll have our cooking pot soon enough. Let's eat those red wine mushrooms. My mom would love those. She'd like white wine mushrooms more. All right, what kind of trader is this? Luxuries merchant. Interesting. Oh, gotta deposit the sand also. All right. Let's take that spelt grain home. We won't grab the seeds until we actually have our farm built. That's low fertility soil. We're gonna want more medium soil for sure. And honestly, the biggest garden we can make is pretty much what we're going for. I always end up running out of garden space, so the bigger the garden, the better. For certain. Anyway, I might want to start heading home. I'll try to find those turnips. If it's possible. I certainly won't fucking get myself killed trying to locate some turnips. Onions. A lot of clay here. A lot of clay. I gotta mark it. Okay. Can't really find those turnips right now. Oh, here they are. Yeah, turnips and turnip seeds. A couple of them are mature. They read books. All right, let's head back home. I have to refresh the torches in my base before they burn out. I've forgotten to do that for a couple days, so I'm kind of worried that we'll get there and the torches will be burnt out and ruined. Yep. All right, we're gonna have to make some new torches. Unfortunately. Let's stack the peat here. All right. That's a lot of fire fuel, buddy. A lot of it. Okay, got some dry grass. I'll go for a stack. Really just, this knife is about to break though. All right. We have 2 new torches, let's get them lit. I've got an industrial appetite for pottery. Yeah, I do it all at once, buddy. Yeah, we need to start up a farm and find copper indeed. I'll make a little panning shelter nearby. We have, oh yeah, I should have left that sand here because we can use it for panning. We'll go get it tomorrow morning. Put the torch right there. All right. Let's make a new knife and a new shovel. Theoretically, I could go to the trader right now and try to grab the sand. I could try to get a piece of wood. The thing is, if I get chased by a bear and it's really dark, then I might trip over terrain and end up killed. So there is like a risk factor involved. Put that in there. Seal it up. Gonna need more medium fertility soil for sure. We're gonna need a couple of sticks. I mean, there's plenty of birch bushes nearby. Okay. All right, you know what? I'm gonna make a little bear fighting position here. We haven't seen one yet, but like when we do, the hope is that we'll be kind of ready for it, you know? All right. We got some sticks. Couple of spelt seeds. I need this piece of wood in order to make a panning board. Okay, got it. Hello there, raccoon. All right, grab the sand. We need it for panning. All right. Now we need to eat something. We have these cranberries. What time is it? 1:29 in the morning. Hey, YTICA, hell yeah, buddy. Good to see you. You're back for a long time from the trip, eh? Ugh, we're having a wonderful episode, buddy. How have you been? I'm hoping to find a small body of water around here. I don't want to build into where our garden is going to be, but I will if there's no other choice, of course. We're going to have to wait until there's some daylight, though. Apparently, if I stay still for like 4 seconds, then it cuts my satiety into a quarter, like a quarter value. It goes down way slower. So we're going to stay still for a bit. As long as you don't move or click, then your satiety goes down way slower. And it does look like that's the case. It goes down like 4-fold or something. Which is pretty useful if you're just passing time. All right, we have 13 cranberries left. Let's make a wooden pan for panning. Yeah, our satiety is going down really slowly. All right, I am gonna go pee and put on another coffee while we wait for dawn. All right, I went to the washroom and the coffee water is on. I'm gonna set a timer for 2 minutes. All right, 3:31 in the morning means there should now be sufficient daylight to do my thing. Yeah, we'll be building our garden here. I could use this little section as a panning zone, actually. Because I'm going to be filling this all in anyway later. So let's just put some dirt right there. Use that as the basis of it. And then that's where I place the sand. So the gate is going to have to be right here. Okay, let's make a wattle gate. I'm gonna want it to go back by one more so that I can have a little storage chest there behind where I do the panning. Let's go grab some of our low fertility soil. Yeah, I don't need to stop and go deposit if I have a storage chest in there, and when these clay vessels are done, I can repurpose my reed chest for that. Alright, low fert soil, got it. We have more packed dirt. Okay, I now have a little panning shelter. My timer has gone off. I'm gonna go ahead and fill these in so that I can actually make a door and connect my panning area to the house, like this. Yeah. Put that there, make another wattle gate. Beautiful. Now I can get there pretty easily from the home. Okay. Yeah, we can start panning whenever. I am going to want to try to stockpile some food before we do. It's only wise. We're going to have that cooking pot soon. Yeah, don't wait till you're hungry to go look for food. But let's try to be safe and careful. We're gonna have to try to get more medium fertility soil today as well. So I'm thinking I'm actually gonna start gathering these field mushrooms. Because honestly, that's a very abundant source of food that we have here, and more likely than not, I'm actually going to be able to make stews with it by the end of the day, so... We got a lot of these field mushrooms near the trader. Honestly, those field mushrooms are everywhere in this area. It's really rich. I haven't even needed to use cattail rhizomes here pretty much the whole time. Oh yeah. I'm really glad I remembered the fucking coffee. The coffee water. I don't need to ruin another pot. I tell ya, fucking gaming for your job. You know how many times I hold my poop or my pee because I don't want to stop playing, or I literally need to, it's a need. I have to set timers when I make my coffee, otherwise I'm at risk of forgetting it and ruining a pot. I've done that before, once. And I swore, never again. Beautiful. More flaxseed. We got some turnips over here. All right. Yeah, this third-person mode, honestly, don't sleep on it. It's way too good. Not only in terms of finding resources, but also detecting hostile threats. The game's not even throwing any bears my way because it knows I'm constantly ready for them. All right. We got cranberries. Nice. I don't think I want to explore over there just because the terrain is too hilly. But we'll run around this lake here and see what we can come up with. We've already been around it. Do I want to try and hunt some rabbits? Not really. My chance of successfully killing a rabbit is crazy low. Let's gather some of this medium fertility soil. I need it for the garden anyway. We're gonna want multiple stacks of it. So we'll work on the farm by day and we'll pan by night. We need 60 copper nuggets. We gotta go all the way this time, unless I find some surface nuggets, but I personally feel like surface copper nuggets are kind of a death trap. They really are, because you end up, not only do you end up having to dig out a massive hole in order to gather it all, but in my last playthrough, a bear literally fell into the pit with me while I was doing it, so tremendous fucking risk, unbelievable risk. Hey, Zuzi. I modded my own class to the game. I'll show it to you, yeah. It's the Orphan. And here, hang on. I'm gonna log out and show you the class. And somebody on the Discord helped me make it. Okay. Here. Create new world. We'll just log into any. Yeah, standard. Create world. And I'm gonna show you the class. I got to write the description, choose the traits, created new traits. Yeah, it was complex, but somebody helped me to do it the whole way through on the Discord. So check it out. The Orphan. It is not any morsels scrounged, nor hovels slept in which have guaranteed your survival up until now, but rather your unyielding tenacity in the face of all adversities. Orphans are wayward sons and daughters. They've always had to take care of themselves, and as a result have become fiercely determined to carry on through hardships of any magnitude. You will never allow yourself to know true hunger, ever again. And it has, its benefits are plus 10% walk speed and plus 5 health. So I no longer need to choose between the hunter or the blackguard. I have both. But his negatives are 30% more hunger rate, 15% less melee damage, and 15% less ranged damage. So a lot of heavy penalties, but I have the 2 positives I want.
Basically, you made it even more difficult.
Well, but it'll also be easier, because I found out in attempt 16 that snow actually slows you down. Up to 3 layers of snow can pile up on a block, and it's 5% speed reduction per layer. So when I had like armor that didn't slow me down at all as the blackguard. I was at 100% movement speed, but just running away from a brown bear on the snow brought it down to 85, and I died. So I figured if I have like 95, I can outrun the brown bear. So if I'm at 110% with the 10% movement speed boost, and I'm wearing armor that doesn't slow me down, and I'm running through the snow, I'm still at 95, and I know I can outrun the bear at 95, so. That Orphan, I wrote the descriptions myself and everything. Isn't that nice?
I recognize the wayward sons and daughters.
Of course. Yes.
Oh, you're a great writer.
I'm proud of that class, and they even helped me upload it as an official mod on the website, so people can use this class if they want.
Oh my god. So cool.
I know. I'm the coolest person yet. But no, that person who helped me out was the GOAT. I gave them credit. At the beginning of the stream, it was Arisild. Fucking sounds elven, but yeah, a person named Arisild helped me figure all that out and helped me not only create the mod, but get it uploaded too. Very nice. No, don't worry about it. It was a chance for me to show it off to the viewers as well, the ones who didn't get to see it before the stream started. Yeah. Yeah, if you guys want to play that class, it is available to you. There's a link in the description where you can download and play as this class I'm using. It's powerful, but with some very heavy debilitations included, so I'd say it's pretty well balanced. Let's eat some of our cranberries. Probably just all of them. Grab more cattails while we're here. I have a stack and a bit of medium fertility soil. Kind of. I was insomniac. I couldn't fall asleep until 2 in the morning, and then I slept until 8:30. Yeah. I get it. It's fine. It's fine. I understand. You don't have to rationalize it to me. I get you. I get it. Yeah. I remembered our anniversary. I was like, hey, babe, happy anniversary. Oh, it's so hot. It's so hot. Yeah, he remembers. He remembers the anniversary. December 8th. What's that? What is it? What do you mean? 4 years married. God damn. And like what? 11 years together? 10? In June we had our 10-year anniversary. It's awesome. Right on. Let's... Yeah, you had a shitty night. Yeah. Basically, he was a dick of a boss and you shouldn't listen to him.
He was.
Straight up, they just hire sociopaths to those positions, no different than the guy who was doing us at security at the Germany airport. Like, people who just, like, they love to relish in being dicks for their job, and their position is well suited to it. Well, yeah, honestly, my recommendation to you is do the bare minimum. Yeah, Amazon is definitely like a quiet quitting job where you do what's required of you and nothing more above and beyond. It's about the opportunity that the job can provide, yeah.
So let's suck it up and so
Fair enough.
yeah, I really hard. I get so economic. Do shit and then
Yeah. This third person mode is so useful, by the way. Just look at the bird's eye view that I have of any potential threats and resources. I can see mushrooms on the ground like it's nothing. I'll have a warning, yeah. And now I have 10% more movement speed, so I might have a chance to actually get away, but a fighting position is the most ideal thing. Got a new shovel. Right now we're sitting at almost 3 stacks of medium fertility soil. The more the merrier, honestly. I want a big garden. Bigger than ever, because we always end up finding more seeds than we can handle, and that was as the blackguard. Now that we don't have the blackguard's foraging nerf, we're gonna have even more seeds. So, big garden. Large plot. Alright. Technically I started a 4th stack, but I'm okay with dropping those if we need the space for more food or something. We have large open plains here. This is nice. Alright, let's drop that, yeah. In order to take these cattails, we have to drop that medium fertility soil. And we're gonna want to go deposit at the trader whatever things we don't need to take home. Let's return to him now. He's over this way. I may as well grab these if it's safe, which it very well looks safe at the moment. I have needed such little horsetail in this series, man. Partly because there haven't been any animals to hunt, and I haven't been taking a lot of damage to cave-ins. The flat terrain of our base is very conducive to not getting micro damage all the time. I'm loving it. We're a little hungry. Let's eat those turnips. And I'm just gonna eat the flax grain. Honestly, flax grain has barely any satiety as is. We have more field mushrooms here. Let's grab them. I wonder what that is down there. It looks like it might be just flint and slate. That's what it looks like. Oh, wow. Massive cave-in. Don't need these flowers. Let's get rid of them. Okay, let's head back to the trader's area. I foraged 40 field mushrooms, and there's still plenty in the area, I'm happy to say. We didn't even touch all the mushrooms near the trader himself. Holy shit, that was a rough cave-in. Let's climb up over here. I'm gonna have to eat some of these field mushrooms, it looks like. Yeah. All right, pop up, deposit the seeds and the flax fiber. We're good. Let's head back to base. Kind of. I'm not comfortable with the food situation, but I will be able to make hefty stews very soon. Right as soon as the cooking pots are done, and they could theoretically be done when we get home. I know that fire and clay products takes less time if you use peat. We did use peat, we did not use firewood, so... I see some red berries over there. We'll go grab those currants. There's so many mushrooms still here, holy crap. Tons of mushrooms, buddy. Like, we can't even forage them all. This is an idyllic place that we found. We had a very tumultuous start because we spawned in the middle of a forest right next to a bunch of horsetail, but it was dangerous and it was scary to get out because we were literally in a forest surrounded by mountains. And one of the first things we found was a tool vessel containing a copper shovel and a copper knife. So we were really scared to lose the playthrough because we had really good luck with that, but also like very bad luck with the forest. It's been a wild ride so far. It's not over yet. We got a lot of flax right here. This is gnarly. Beautiful. There's clay all over the place here too. We're certainly gonna have a lot of food. For now. It never lasts forever, but it will last for a time. When these mushrooms are gone, we're gonna have to rely on the less reliable fishing for our food. All right, deposit the flax fiber and the flax seeds. We're now sitting on 32 flax seeds, which is extraordinarily wonderful. Let's roll. I don't see any more field mushrooms nearby. We have been thorough. We have just about a stack of them. There's a couple of chickens over there. Maybe I try to get them. Okay. I'd like to try to go get the other ones if I could. I see them right over here. Yeah, that third-person view, man, finding these chickens is easier because of that third-person view. Like, this is amazing. Use third person, guys. If you're gonna play permadeath and you're gonna do like the whole high stakes, easy to perish thing, then you gotta do it. Gotta do it. Oh, don't worry, Arch. Yeah, we're definitely making a farm soon. That's why I gathered 3 stacks of medium fertility soil. We're gonna make a big one. We still have a lot of field mushrooms near our house here. A lot of them. Yeah, we can lean on that later. It looks like all of our stuff is just about done. Beautiful. Our base is about to change, guys. It's really about to change. All right. Beautiful. Now let's go grab the other one. That's gonna be for the cellar. Right here. Oh, yes. Massive amount of storage potential now. Beautiful. And let's immediately start making a soup of some sort. I can make 3 servings of chicken soup right now. No matching recipe found. I thought I'd be able to do that. I guess not. Let's just make like a hearty mushroom thing. Anyway, as long as I don't click, I think that my hunger will do that thing where it gets slower. "96 satiety. As long as I stay still, it'll slow right down, and then we might not take any damage before this is done. I like knowing about that. Like, when you have a sliver of hunger and you have to wait for your food to cook, just, you know, open up all your menus, sit on the ground, and wait. And then your satiety slows down 4-fold to 25%. As long as you don't click or move. We're gonna finally start eating really well, relying on meals to stay fed. It'll be nice, buddy. Really nice. Don't worry about it, baby. I'm glad that, you know, it seems like you're in higher spirits with your workload. Well, it's still hard, but it's getting to the point where I think you're getting more or less used to it. Yeah. Yeah, it goes. It goes. Yeah. That's gonna finish cooking whether we put new fuel on it or not. Beautiful. Okay, we have one serving of really good chicken soup. Now let's cover up the cellar with low fertility soil. And let's start working on the garden. I'm gonna go pour my coffee. Like we said, after Christmas. All right, I got a farm to build. All right. So we can have a massive farm here. I'm thinking the way that we'll do it is let's start by putting an under layer of packed dirt to prevent cave-ins and such and make it so we can actually lay the ground. It is going to be pretty annoying. We're going to need a shitload of dirt for this, but no one's saying we have to build the whole garden right now. We can add to it as we go. So if I just make like a few rows, right, then that's a good start. I hope I didn't accidentally get rid of a source block there. We'll see. All right, let's make more. All right. We're gonna need more dirt. Whatever kind, it doesn't matter. Preferably low fertility. just because something feels weird about using medium fertility soil for anything other than gardening. Let's zoom out, make sure I'm safe from a predator attack. Safe-ish. Safer, right? The Tale of the Orphan. The Orifice. All right. So now, I might actually build the storage space over here, so that I can put a garden row there. Yeah, we can put the medium fertility soil on this slot right here. I don't know how much we're gonna need. Like, I don't know how many 3-wide plots we'll have, but we'll just do as many as we can. Let's get this out of the way. I have my panning shelter, so we're gonna stop working on this and we're gonna pivot shortly. Seal that up right there. Grab this. Okay. Yeah. I can at least do one massive wide row first, and then add to it later. Okay. All right, so now I need to fit as many plots in here as I can. Oh, I just got attacked by something. Yep. Take cover. I think it's time we started panning, and that seems like the evidence. All right. Yeah, we'll continue working on the garden in the morning. For now, it's pan time. And, oh, right. I'm gonna have to make my charcoal pit also. We need to start making some charcoal. Okay, this is now obsoleted. We can use that as basic storage. Let's make more of this. Pack dirt. We're gonna take this chest in there. I have to seal up. Oh god. Okay, put the torch right there so I can see what I'm doing. And plug that up. So I can have a storage chest right there. And then I can also put the torch right there. I can close the door, plug that up. We need our sand. I can't forget the sand. All right, we're good. Let's eat this last serving of vegetable stew. Plug up the hole and begin. Can't believe I have to risk my neck to go get rid of some fucking flowers. I hate the flowers, dude. All right. There. I'm sealed in. I should be safe. Now we pan. We Peter Pan. What? All right, sounds good. I love you, baby. Super loved. I will. I'll think of you when I'm working on my homestead. I'll be like, one day me and Zuzi can do this together. All the time, every morning. Good morning, Marco. Yeah. It's the only way to deal with the crazies that ensue, like. Indeed. See you in a bit, sweetie. You know what? I will have some food if you're willing. Yeah, thank you, sweetie. I won't fast today. I fasted all day yesterday. And it's just pork and potatoes, right? Chicken. Alright. Either way, honestly, just, yeah. Thank you. Hang on. We don't have, shale stone. That's interesting, because I'm pretty sure with shale, you can find, if we have shale, we can actually find limestone and stuff. I don't know about limestone specifically, but apparently underneath this is like claystone or sandstone or conglomerate stone. It's one of the types where underneath it you can usually find those lime-producing sedimentary ore types, or sedimentary stones. Very interesting. Either way, I have the Better Prospecting mod, so we'll be able to use our prospecting pick to prospect for stone types. Makes it a lot easier to find things like marble, or chalk, or limestone, or whatever. I usually go for 60 nuggets. Yeah, that's right. It depends on whether or not I find a surface node. If I find copper bits just laying on the ground, then I know there's a copper mine underneath that I can easily get. So in that instance, I would only get 40 copper nuggets, because I would get a pickaxe to mine it, as well as a hammer to break the ore nuggets open once I have them. But if I don't find surface copper, then I need to make a prospecting pick, a pickaxe, and a hammer, each requiring 20 nuggets, because the prospector's pick helps me find copper underground. But sometimes you can just see copper bits like sitting on the ground, and it means there's a mine directly underneath the soil, so that makes it really easy to find it. We've had a good diet of fruits and vegetables. I will be able to survive a hit from a bear if I get hit by a bear or a wolf. Let's eat our chicken soup. Nice. We have 5 copper nuggets so far. This will take a few nights, but that just gives us more time to work on our garden gradually, you know. There's no rush here. We're having a good time. We will figure it out. And if any of you guys want to try this new class that I made, the link is in the description down below to download it and play it. No longer do you have to sacrifice the movement speed or the health from the Blackguard. There is now an Orphan class that I designed to have plus 10% movement speed and plus 5 health. The negatives are pretty heavy. Increased hunger rate and reduced melee and range damage. But I'd say that's worth it. No surface copper in your current run. Are you playing on Wilderness Survival? Surface copper nodes are significantly more rare on Wilderness Survival difficulty. So if you find a rock type that's too soft for stone tools, that seems to be the indication that lime can spawn in it, or marble and stuff like that. Hang on, save and leave world real quick. Wilderness survival, yeah. I just want to check the settings, make sure, yeah, everything's copacetic. Honestly, our start was so good finding those tools that I began to suspect that I like chose an easier difficulty by accident, but no, it was just a really lucky start. Finding that copper shovel and copper knife right away. Amazing. Standard survival, huh? Are you using the third-person camera when you run around? Because if you go third-person like I do, that can help a lot with finding surface copper nuggets, because you can see them through the grass, right? I didn't check the ruins for bony soil yet. There will be a time when I want to try to get candles from the bony soil, but I just feel like we have other priorities right now, so I'm keeping busy toward the basic stuff. Basic necessities. Now that we have a lot of storage, I would probably grab the bony soil. Since our since our clay vessels are done. Because all I need to find is a candle and bony soil, and then I can make a lantern later. There's no telling how long it'll be before I find our first bees, and even then, even longer before I take them home, so... $11 copper nuggets. Honestly, it helps so much, yeah. What I did was I mapped the third person button, I mapped it to my middle mouse button. And then I press plus or minus on my keyboard to zoom in or zoom out. I usually just zoom all the way out, right? So anytime I want to have a better like view of my surroundings, I just press the middle mouse button and zoom out. You only have to zoom out once, and then it remembers how much you've zoomed out. Rusty gear. Copper nuggets. $13. Ideally, we'll get like 20 per night, but it's pretty uncommon that you get like a full 20 copper nuggets in the night. I'm definitely gonna want to go cook some food soon. I guess I'll go cook a meal right now. Shovel's busted. All right, I'll just put all of these almond mushrooms in there. 5 servings of hefty almond mushroom stew. It's something. I'll refresh the torches, cover that up. Definitely not the best meal, but it's something. While we wait for that to cook, let's continue panning here. It's just about morning, honestly. I won't be panning for that much longer. I'm hoping I can at least break 15 copper nuggets before we stop. Hell, a copper spearhead would be cherry. And I should go grab the rest of my clay products. I kind of left them outside. Nice, 15 copper nuggets, there it is. $16, beautiful. Thank you, sweetie pie. That looks wonderful. Thanks.
I gotta go.
All right. All right, food is done. Take a couple of servings. Really not the most filling food. $480 vegetable satiety. Okay, we now have all of our clay products retrieved from the holes. Let's go deposit them. And let's keep on working on the farm here. Mm-hmm. All right. Continuing on from over here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. We have a lot of extra soil. I'm gonna need a new shovel. Okay, that is a really good start to our garden. Massive area. Now I'm gonna need to make some fences all the way around it. We're gonna have to hoe the land, and then we can start planting crops and add to it as we go. So let's get crafting some necessary tools. I need a shovel and at least 4 hoes and bitches. All right. We have the 4 hoes. Make our shovel. I'm gonna have to count how many squares I have. The way I'm gonna do it, since I don't have rows, is I'm gonna, like, for this plot, for example, right here, this 8 tiles, this is gonna be a K plot. The next one's gonna be an N plot. The next one's gonna be a P plot, right? And we're gonna rotate our crops that way so that we never run out of nutrients for them. Although I don't even know if this garden is gonna be enough space for all the seeds that we have found. We found a lot, so let's see before we get like overzealous here. Yeah, we're gonna, you know, if we want to extend this, all we have to do is make more dirt, and make a platform of packed dirt that we can put more of our medium soil on. If I had to pick between getting bees or pen animals of some type, which would I pick? I would probably go for the pen animals. Like, if I could just be given an animal, I'd want to be given goats for dairy, right? You can also butcher them for meat. I feel like the honey with the bees, it's not really necessary. Although, it is also worth noting, you have to feed the goats, and they don't always produce milk, and the milk does spoil. So, like, it doesn't last long. And making cheese, I think, requires, like, steel age. I'm not sure. Maybe at least Iron Age, but the bees require constant upkeep in the form of, I like the wax. The wax is nice, but I seldom use it after I have a bunch of candles anyway. The honey itself, I don't like. The honeycombs restore 300 saturation, but if you squeeze out the honeycombs for the honey, you only get 80 saturation of fruit. So it's like you actually end up with a net negative in fruit calories, a significant net negative, if you squeeze out the honeycomb, right? You're better off just eating the honeycomb. And yeah, you constantly have to upkeep. Hang on. You constantly have to upkeep the cost of replacing them too. Like, you have to get more and more clay and cattails to repeatedly build skeps. I wish there was like a clay skep that you didn't have to constantly replace. All right, we're gonna need a hell of a lot more sticks in order to make this magic happen, so. A lot more sticks, a lot more soil. Let's go deposit our medium fertility stuff for now. I'm not gonna plant the crops until we know the crops are gonna be safe from wild animals, so we have to build the fence. I'm gonna make another knife. I don't need that driftwood. Okay. So we have a backup knife. I'm gonna need a backup shovel. And now we're basically just gonna go get a shitload of low fertility soil, for packed dirt, and sticks. I used all but one of my hose. And my bitches. Let's go grab our torch just in case. Never know when you're gonna fall into a hole and have to find your way out. Alright, now if I want a lot of sticks, best place to do that is in an area like this, but areas like this are also very dangerous with potential bears and wolves, so we're gonna remain in third person while I break up a whole bunch of these like branchy oak bushes and get a shitload of sticks for more fencing. I don't know how much fencing we're gonna need, but it's a lot. Let's just take a quick look around, see if I can't spot a bear right away. I'll definitely take this rye stuff. I don't see any predators nearby at all. Okay. Let's focus on sticks now. I tried to make sure the area was safe. Let's eat. Cut food goes quick, the vegetable stews. We will have a grace period though, where we don't have to eat again for a little bit. Try to work from the top down, because if you destroy the support block of leaves that's connecting the bushes to the ground, then the stick ones will the other stick ones beneath it will disappear and you won't get a stick from them. All right. 44 sticks. I can actually stack these bowls so they take up less space in the inventory. Your power's gonna go out? Well, Cameron, we'll be here when you get back, buddy. Hello, Jake. Hello, Jake. Welcome. Goated. How are you doing today? It's nice that you caught a stream. How are you? Busy, busy. I made a new class, Jake. Hell yeah. I told you that, I think, today, right? I responded to a comment that you had made. Yeah, I made a new class today called the Orphan. It has plus 10% movement speed, as well as having plus 5 HP. But it also has 30% more hunger rate and 15% reduced melee and range damage. So pretty hefty negatives to counterbalance the hefty positives. And those are his only 2 positives as well. There's no other positives besides having the run speed boost and the plus 5 HP. We've been over-relying on the third-person camera today. It really helps when you're trying to engage in like threat detection or trying to forage stuff. That third-person camera is really useful, and I've been kind of sleeping on it for my vintage story career that ends this playthrough. Oh, I just found surface copper here. It's a small vein, but I'll mark it. Maybe that means we can settle for only doing 40 nuggets instead of 60. And I'm gonna have to gather a bunch of wood for a charcoal pit, but I'm thinking we get the farm operational first before we do that. Okay. Now let's deposit, clean up. I will want to make a new meal here pretty soon. Let's plant these trees. And I now need some low fertility soil for the next step. Let's take a quick look around for predators in third person mode. I think we're okay. Not bad at all on my end too, buddy. Honestly, it was pretty complex modding it, but I wrote down, basically I went to the Discord for Vintage Story and I asked for help in creating my own class. And this lovely individual named Erisild was totally willing to help, walked me through the process, and even helped me to upload the class mod on the Vintage Story website so that other people can use it too. So there's a link in the description if you ever want to try this class. But yeah, I could also walk you, I could like make a tutorial for how to mod a class one day. All right, with this, I'm gonna fill this stuff in. And then we continue lining this with fences. And I need more fences. We're gonna need a lot of fencing. Well, not a lot. Honestly, we're halfway done already. All right, now I need packed dirt, and we need to create something that the fence is gonna sit on here. I don't need much more than that. Let's do a quick predator check. I see chickens over there. That might be a good opportunity, actually. Try to make something with more substance for our next meal. Fair enough. Let's go hunt them now. We'll be able to plant our crops very soon. Hell yeah. Fucking meals on wheels. A baby chicken. All right. Hey, couple of fish. Hell yeah. Look at this tiny ass little pond. How are they even living in there? Anyway, let's grab them up. Already, we're looking at a far better meal. I need to get my protein score up anyway. I don't see any other chickens nearby. All right, let's go cook. Jesse. Now, as long as I stay still and I don't click much, I might not start starving before this meal is cooked. We'll see. So 2 chicken, 2 fish, and then let's try to add some veggies if we can. Yes, buddy. Oh, beautiful. Mushroom chicken fish stew. My satiety will, if you stay still for 4 seconds or something, then and you don't click and you don't move, your satiety slows down 4-fold. Just so you guys know, it's a really useful trick. Local man going on a KFC spree. More news at 11. Chicken coop? I don't know, man. I'm feeling chicken soup. Chicken coop later. Chicken soup now. See that? I managed to make this last bar of satiety last for the entire duration of the cooking, pretty much. Let's eat. Oh yeah. Now that is a meal. We have 1 more serving of that. Now let's try to finish the fence and we can get our crops planted. We're almost there. I just need a little bit more sticks to finish it off. I need a gate and 1 more helping of fences. I would love to hunt like a deer or something. So far, I haven't managed to hunt a single animal. I have no pelts to my name, no fat, like, which we've been safer, but it's just, you know, it's also harder in a way. All right. We're good now. Let's make that last batch of fences and our wattle gate. Okay. And then we're gonna set up, well, we're gonna plant the crops first, and then we'll think about setting up our charcoal thing. All right, there we go. We've wrapped it completely. I'm just gonna make sure that no wild animals can get up there. And then let's put the gate like right here. Right here. Okay, I'll put fences on top, like that, I think. It'll help us to mark the gate, to know exactly where it is. I love you, sweetie.
I love you too.
See you after work. Well, tomorrow. Yeah. All right, put the gate down. Put these right here as signposts for where the gate is. That'll help me to find it. And now we have to plant our crops. We are probably gonna need a much larger garden. Like, but this is a start, you know? So let's go to the trader and grab all of our seeds. It's time for that. Are those pigs? No, those are bunnies. Hello there, buddy. Anyway, I'll take everything I've left here. I'll plant this tree. We don't need that seed. Right here. Now I have room for the rest of it. All right, we have all of our seeds. Let's return home. I'm happy to say the one seed we have the most of is flax. And that's important. We have 32 flax seeds. Hopefully we have enough space to plant all those crops. We don't know yet. I'm gonna close this up. I'm gonna need more dirt to close it though. All right, so like I said, we're gonna try to do it in a rotation. So we're gonna start with K crops right here, flax, and then NP. Actually, P and then K. So onions first. And then the turnips are N. So yeah, KPN. And then we do another K, right? Just rotate the crops. Unfortunately, I have no more pea crops, but I guess that's all right. So this was P. Now we need N, which is turnips and rye. Now we need another K crop. Of course, flax, right? I don't know if I want to skip plots necessarily. I don't know. We'll just, yeah. Let's do one more P plot right here. So we'll skip that. and then I have to do N. And then K. Beautiful. And then skip. N. And then carrots, K, right? So that's pretty much it. That's all we can fit. But we did great, honestly. We have a lot of farmage here. A lot of fucking farmage. And I'll just start using these end plots to fill in, yeah. We'll do that. Nice. We actually have farmland to spare. It'll go fast, but I'm happy with that. We do need to cut down some trees and try to get started on our charcoal. And I no longer need this, so I'm just gonna take it apart. Because I do need the dirt. We'll leave ourselves with like a tiny one, but we'll fill in the rest. Because we made all of our clay products, besides like a few little knickknacks that we'll want later on in the game. All right. Let's eat. This meat stew will keep us full for a while, but not long enough to truly lean on. Let's make another axe. We're gonna need, well, several, actually. I'll make 2 more for now, but we need to get a shitload of firewood going for our charcoal pit. I might save the wood gathering for tomorrow, though. There's not exactly wood near here. There's clay right here, which I never even saw yet. Okay. I see a forest over there, a pine forest. That's probably where we're gonna want to go to try to get our wood. Let's seal up these holes, craft those 2 axes. Okay. Oh, we have more seeds in here too. All right. Yeah, those are ends. They're technically P's, but we didn't have enough to fill it in. And then that's K, so we can put the flax right here with those. That's supposed to be a P plot, but we'll start from over here and work our way over with the excess room. Beautiful. I'm just gonna make like a really hefty porridge. I might be able to stretch out my grains actually if I mix it with mushrooms. Those are different. All right, 5 servings of rye porridge mashed, field mushrooms. Oh yeah, add the fuel. We're still doing all right on food. We're not desperate. Deposit our spare tools in here for now. Grab the copper nuggets. I did find a surface copper vein over there where we were getting sticks. I love this class, dude. I did such a good job with it. All right, let's begin. I will need to go get my food, but we'll get it after. Yeah, this is awesome. I always hated, I felt like I was always missing out, right? Because the Hunter and the Blackguard are the best classes. It's just the Hunter's the best in the early game. Well, no, because they're good and bad in different ways at different times. The movement speed boost is most great in the winter for the Hunter because the snow slows you down. His movement speed boost almost entirely negates the slowing effect, meaning you're just as safe against brown bears. You can perpetually run away from them in the winter, just like you could in the spring. But with the Blackguard, you have +5 HP, which means that outside of winter, if you get hit by a bear, you're very likely to survive that hit with just a little bit of nutrition on your character. But if you take the Blackguard, you're missing out on the winter security when running through snow, and if you take the Hunter, you're missing out on the 5 health for every other time security, surviving that hit, right? So this class, the Orphan, is the best of both worlds. You get that movement speed boost, and you get +5 HP. It just has really heavy negatives. I have worse ranged and melee with 30% more hunger depletion. So you have the Blackguard's hunger problems with reduced melee and ranged effectiveness, making general combat and hunting always harder. Can I turn the music down? I can, yeah. The music is just really inconsistent in this game. It depends on the song. Some songs are super loud, some songs are super quiet. And for some reason, the music is like extremely overtuned in volume in this game. I don't know why. Like I have it set to like 8% right now. And it's still loud. Right on, KY, right on. I appreciate that. If you've never played Vintage Story, I have to recommend the game. It's an amazing game, extremely fun. I recommend it wholeheartedly. Damn, it's pretty dry out here. Pretty dry indeed, trying to get the fucking... Ugh, crazy dry, trying to get the copper nuggets. Nice, we got one. Our first one. I think I'm going to treat myself to a third coffee today, after my lunch is eaten. So far, no copper spearhead or anything. In the last playthrough, we ended up finding 2 copper spearheads. Highly doubt that's happening again. Yeah, we made some hefty mushroom porridge, which we'll eat very soon. It won't be the most filling thing, but it's food. And it's cooked in a cooking pot. The beautiful thing about a cooking pot is that meals produced in it give you a period of time where you won't get hungry based on the amount of saturation in the meal. It's something like every 200 points of satiety is another 30 minutes. 30 in-game minutes or 30 seconds where you won't get hungry, right? All right, let's go get some of our food. Eat up. I can eat 2 servings. $20 copper nuggets, there we go. And since we found that copper vein over there, I might not need to do the prospector's pick. We'll see. You know what? I could just make the hammer and a pickaxe and then go over there. And over there, I could get the copper that I need for the prospector's pick. But I have to be very careful about it. As you guys know, in Attempt 19, we were digging a surface copper node. And we climbed down into it only for a bear to join us down there and fuck us up. So we have to be very careful about that. Anyway, today we finished the farm. For tomorrow, well, day 6 right now, we're gonna get our charcoal producing. And I think on day 7 is when we are going to have our temporal storm. Have I tried anything with cattle yet? No, I haven't done any animal husbandry. And I really want to. I want to. I suspect animal husbandry would be really good for the mid-game, like after spring, when you get your first harvests of grain and you can like keep them fed. Especially goats. I want goats because when they breed, like you can milk the females to get your dairy score up, right? And dairy gives you 2.5 HP as you fill that up. And the goats also as a byproduct will give you like medium hides, meat, you know, like the standard stuff. And I find I never know what to do with my flax grain because I don't use it for baking. Yeah, I would like to get into animal husbandry in this playthrough if I can. I just got two copper nuggets in a row. That's beautiful. Yeah, we'll get our charcoal set up tomorrow. As carefully as I can stand. Can't believe I haven't gotten a single hide yet. I haven't killed a single animal. Our hunter bags seem so far away. But the beautiful part about those copper nuggets is how close they are to our home. Very close. We only saw one nugget, so it's probably going to be an extremely tiny copper vein, but it should be enough for me to easily make a prospector's pick without having to pan for it. And, you know, possibly extra. Enough for a second pickaxe, maybe? Is cattle like a new animal in the game or something? Like, can you make cows? Like, can you find cows? Is that like a thing? Or do you just mean cattle as in livestock in general? Everybody, what F's in the chat for Cameron's power, because I'm pretty sure Cameron's power just went out. You know, he hasn't been around for a while. Oh no. Okay, we're good. We're good. I was worried that I would get rid of my water source block here. I didn't. It's still fine, thank God. We're okay. Yeah, because that's why I always place my sand block 1 block away from me, because if I place it here, it might landslide into there and get rid of the water. And if it gets rid of the water, I can't continue panning, right? Hey, nice, metal scraps. Okay, I could end up getting like a powerful axe or spear out of that, possibly even a sword, I think. I'm not sure. We'll see what we get. It's a gamble. You don't know what you're gonna get. It's part of the fun. But I am gonna get something stronger. All right, let's deposit some stuff. I think this is our last block before dawn. We'll go try to find enough wood for our charcoal thing. So I need 6 stacks of wood. It's a hefty order. I need 6 stacks of wood. My block collapsing settings are default, yeah. Wilderness survival default. I think that there's, in survival and wilderness survival, like the 2 difficulties, it's different. The cave-ins are worse in wilderness survival. I think that in standard survival, you can only have sand and gravel collapse, but in wilderness survival, my difficulty, you can have sand, gravel, and soil collapse. And that's why you'll see in my playthrough, like, I'll have, like, entire hills collapsing down, right? Okay, we have high rift activity here. Could you please put the phone charger brick and the gray cable on the dresser in the entrance hall for me? Yes, I can, sweetie, no problem. Okay, sweetie. It's sitting on top of the bag of apples that your parents have out there between both of our apartments, okay? Yeah, it's, I just put it out where the apples are and the eggs, right? Kind of there in the middle. Stavon, welcome, buddy. Yeah, you know what? We've actually managed to reach about 900 people for several days in a row with this. Believe it or not, with this game, 450 is quiet time. Unreal. How are you doing, Stavon? It's been a hot minute. I'm happy to see you. All right, we're gonna finish this one last block and then we're good. We're gonna go get the wood we need. We said 6 stacks of wood, right? But I also need more room for seeds and crops and stuff. Indeed, Susie. I love you very much. And thank you for reminding me to thaw something for dinner. I actually haven't done that yet. Yeah, I'll see you when you get home tomorrow, sweetie. I love you very much. All right, let's deposit the sand and the pan. And then let's grab a serving of food. I'm gonna want 2 servings. Deposit the arrowheads and the rusty gear. And with that metal scrap, I'm gonna see what I get. Let's see. I need 6 cattails to make a rope. And then I do the rope, a stick, and the scrap metal. And I get a scrap weapon kit. Now I can open this weapon kit to get something special. Nice. Scrap spear. Beautiful. Okay, so we now have a stronger spear. I'm gonna make more bandages just to top up my stack. And I'll take that last stack of food. As we eat that food, we'll be able to stack the bowls together. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna go start my next coffee. Bye-bye, sweetie. I love you very much. You can't catch a break with illnesses these days. Currently tonsillitis. Well, buddy, you know what I would recommend, right? Fasting, cold showers, elimination diets like the ketogenic diet or the carnivore diet. These things in combination, they tend to improve somebody's, well, the entire bill of health, entire thing. So that would be my recommendation to you. Anyway, I'll be right back. Okay, I gotta start a timer for my coffee water. Let's go 4 minutes. No, 3. Yep. All right. We gotta cut down a bunch of trees. Let's travel in third person as much as possible so we have a complete lay of the land. There are more mushrooms here. Well, we have all day to get 6 stacks of wood and set up the charcoal pit, so I'm okay with foraging some mushrooms on the way. There's a shitload of mushrooms near our house. Emergency food stores, you know? Okay. Yeah, that third person mode, it'll help you stay alive, buddy. It really will. Just the fact that it lets you see so much around you. I can see crops like this. I can see copper nuggets on the ground. I can see dangerous predators nearby, you know? Traveling in third person, like, it helps a lot. You will see them coming. All right, let's eat. I can eat a couple of servings of this. Eat the second one after. Hey, pigs. Oh my god, meat. Okay. Let's run them over here. I need flatter ground. Wow, that didn't take long. I don't want to go down there, not really. Run. Get some distance. Oh my god. Okay, heal up. It looks like there could be 3 pigs. There could be. Go third person. Bird's eye. One of them looks dead. He's either dead or laying down. I apologize. All right, I'll turn that off. I will forget about my coffee if I don't deal with it right now. Let's heal up. We're getting a lot of meat, though. This is very good nourishment, and it's a good thing I decided to stock up on bandages. Finally gonna get our first batches of fat and leather. And honestly, our first bit of red meat too. Let's eat these turnips and eat another serving of our porridge so that I can stack these bowls. And we have a parsnip I can eat as well, so I can take the bones. And then we have to go try to hunt the other ones. One of them is dead down there. Oh, here's the other one. Let's get up somewhere safer. Where is he? He's down there. Apparently he should attack me as long as I'm close to his baby, but that ain't what I'm seeing. I don't want to just drop down there though, otherwise he'll have free reign of the ability to attack me, right? Yeah, let's go over here. Nice. Oh, buddy. 3 boars. Homie. Damn straight, Chris. Damn straight, a new world and a new class. By the way, I made my own modded class. It's really good. I'll tell you all about it once I get home. All right, I have 3 medium hides. That translates to 3 hunter bags. I'm hoping I can get 1 more medium hide, but I doubt it. Let's get a bird's eye view of the area. Anyway, I certainly can't get any wood now, not with our inventory as full as it is. So we're gonna have to head home and deposit. Still, that was highly lucrative. I have 18 meat, which allows me to make 4 servings of hefty stew. Right on, Chris. I made a mod. That's right. It's just a new class. I made a new class. I'll explain it now while I'm running back home. I made a class called the Orphan. And the Orphan has plus 10% movement speed, plus 5 HP, but that's it. Those are his only positives. The negatives are 30% worse hunger rate, 15% less melee damage, and 15% less ranged damage. It's really cool. Basically, it combines the good aspects, like, I hated choosing between the Blackguard and the Hunter, because the Hunter has better movement speed, the Blackguard has better health. Now I have a class that has both, but it has really bad negatives to, like, balance it out. My character has, like, crippled combat capability, you know? Okay, let's go plant these crops. That's an N plot. This is an N plot. Okay. We're almost out of farm space here. I got 4 fat. That's beautiful, dude. All right, I can get started on making my first batch. I need, yep, put that there. 2 medium oiled hides. That's gonna be our first 2 hunter bags right there. Finally got bones, so I can make higher quality tools out of them, at least knives and hatchets. Ditch that. And let's go. Oh yeah, the dinosaurs thing? Yeah, we will try that eventually when we're starting to get bored of the base game. This new class is so cherry, dude. It has really bad negatives, and 2 of my favorite positives in the game. And I like did the whole description for the class and everything. Like, it's my brainchild. I made this class. And somebody on Discord not only helped me to make the mod, but also, oh shit, but also helped me to upload it so that you guys can play as this class too. There's a link in the description where you can download and use this class mod. Anyway, oh god, I hate this. We have to go through so much rugged terrain just to get to those trees. I hope a bear never shows up. I need to stay in third person for a minute while I get a lay of the land and make sure there's not any predators nearby. Use third person mode, chat. This game's hard enough. You need the bird's eye. Anyway, I don't see any sap on that tree. We're gonna cut it down. No harm, no foul. Yes, Macron, this is Minecraft, but with much more realistic survival and much more hands-on mechanics. Like, when you want to make a storage chest, you actually have to find clay, and then you have to shape it into a storage container. I thought I had 2 more axes. Oh, I must have deposited them. Okay, I'll have to make more. But yeah, you have to shape the clay containers, and then you have to fire them and make them harden, right? It's really awesome. Yeah, you have to, like, pixel by pixel, you have to form the clay things yourself, and then you got to create a little kiln in the ground where you can fire them, harden them. All right, let's go third person. This is a massive tree. We'll get a lot of the wood that we need from something like this. It's gonna take a while to cut down, but it's a lot of wood when we have. Is there a multiplayer mod? This game is actually just multiplayer. Yeah, you can just play this game. Multiplayer. It's got built-in multiplayer. All right. I have 3 stacks of wood. I need 6. So we're not done yet. Let's eat our porridge. And I'm gonna make another axe. Can't believe I left the 2 axes I crafted at home where they can't even help us. But that's how it goes. All right, third person mode, make sure I have a bird's eye view. Be safe, guys, be safe. You need to be able to see what's around you in order to avoid what can kill you, right? And it helps with finding loot. I see bony soil. Okay, I think it's kind of safe right here. Broke our old shovel, so we have 1 more inventory slot now. That is a tool vessel containing a shitty knife, but another axe. I will drop the shitty knife, I think, if we need more space. Okay. I see more bony soil. I don't see a bear yet, but that doesn't mean that one won't run up on me. Gotta be careful. All right, let's keep trying to get more wood. I see an animal over there. It looks like a deer. I would absolutely love it if it became aggressive and started running at me. It would be easier to kill it, but I don't think that's gonna happen. It would give me large hides rather than medium, so I don't necessarily think I want to get it. I need more pines, more tall pine trees that I can cut down. Ones that don't have any resin leaking from them. I have to be quick too, because hunger will creep up on me and become an issue. It's not an issue yet, but it will become one. We have some tall pines here. Very poor visibility though. Let's try to get some sticks before I break this tree. I'm gonna take a look around. It's very hard to see anything in all this brush, but I think we're okay. Hopefully. Let's cut this down. Yeah, Minecraft was a demo for this game is a good way to put it. This game is like Minecraft for adults who are seeking a better challenge and more hands-on hard work for success. 1, 2, 3, and a bit. Yeah, I need 6 stacks of wood. We had to go quite far to find the wood. Very far. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a bit. I need 2 more stacks of wood. I do not like it here, buddy. Seems very dangerous. I see a tall pine over there. We're about to break an axe, but we have another one. Got it from that tool vessel. Okay. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I need 1 more stack of wood, and then we're good. I'm really glad I didn't go hunt that deer. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had enough space for the wood. All right, that'll do. Yeah, I have a little bit of firewood at home that can fill in the gaps of what we need. So we'll get our charcoal made tonight. Let's head back home. Found a wood just sitting there. I'm assuming I can only get a small hide from this. Most likely, yeah. Okay, so meat, rawhide, small. I guess I'll take that rawhide small. How? Okay, wait, I have an idea. Yeah, take that, and then I have to run home like this. I may have to abort, though. It depends on whether or not I get chased by something dangerous, but this is a way you can extend your inventory. It does work, it's just a little cheesy. We're coming up on home, just about. I don't know if, honestly, maybe. I don't know if it would be 20 times harder than Vintage Story. Because Vintage Story, you can get like one hit killed by shit. I don't see any of that in Minecraft, right? Like one hit kill potential. All right, let's eat a couple of those. And then I have to make a substantial meal. For now, let's deposit our wood in here. I need to start cooking first. I have 10, 15, 20, or I could do, I have 18. So that's, I could use 6, 18, 9. So 8 meat each meal mixed with mushrooms would make it go further. Oh yeah, that's what we want right there. We can make 2 of those. I'm gonna refresh the life of our torches here. Get that lit, start cooking. Okay. Close that up. Now we have to make that firewood. You can have dragons in Minecraft? Oh, and in Vintage Story too? That's pretty crazy. I don't know if I'm ready to deal with dragons. Come on, soup. I wants it. I wants it bad. Let's go dig up our little area here that we're gonna use. All right. I got my bowls. Come on, I'm hungry. This is such a good meal, man. 4 servings of hefty red meat, field, mushroom stew. My coffee is ready. I could pour that shit right now and enjoy it. Once we have our food. All right. Chow down on that. Hell yeah. Okay. There we go. Yeah, we're gonna have pretty good food for a while now. All right. Let's start filling this in. We need to make our little pit kiln. Okay. Oh, yeah. Okay, we have it ready. We have all of it. And our second batch of food is almost done. Right on. We're gonna cook the red meat that we have as well. I might just make a serving of stew out of it. All right. Oh yeah, we have a lot of food now for a while. Let's get this set up so it starts burning over the course of the night. We're just about ready. I need dry grass, 4 firewood. And then we have to seal it up. Charcoal pit, unlit. Our charcoal is now coming in hot. Now let's seal up the rest of this that we don't want to use anymore. We can do something with that terrain later. I'm gonna want to clear all this dirt right here in a ring right there, try to flatten the ground. And in the meantime, let's just grab these mushrooms. The sun is setting. Our charcoal pit is lit. We're gonna have charcoal soon. And we might be able to get the last of the copper that we're gonna need for mining tonight. And we can expect our first temporal storm very soon. And I'm gonna look around for these stumps that we left behind. May as well use them, like harvest them. I still have a good amount of axes left. And we can top up our firewood stack. God, there's just mushrooms everywhere here. Field mushrooms galore. Hello, Seven Sky. Hello. The wood can be stored outside. I just like to, you know, I like to keep it dry. It's a real life immersion decision type thing. Because I know that wet firewood produces more smoke. And generates more creosote. Not that I have an actual fireplace, I just have a little campfire on the ground. But I have to forego realism in that sense, but I won't forego it in the wet wood sense, if that makes sense. Yeah. Yeah, what is this? There's a dead hen right here, partially eaten by another creature. That must have been a fox that killed it. I did get another piece of chicken though, which is nice. Let's cover this hole up. I don't want to plummet down in there at any point. Okay. Let's eat that red meat now. Our charcoal pit is working well. It's working perfectly. And I no longer see any more mushrooms in the field around our home. Let's grab the watering can and consider beginning to tend our crops every day to make sure that they grow faster. It sure is a lot to water, but it's worth it. All right. We'll call that good enough for now. Now we have to start panning again. Take the chicken, eat it. All right. So let's begin. And I'm going to do my due diligence and spawn-proof this area. I don't know if I can actually pan this whole thing with that dry grass there. Maybe. Hello, old fart. Let's go. Hell yeah, good viewership today. It ain't the 900 of the past, but buddy, I can't complain. There was a time when this was a pipe dream to us. Hell yeah. How are you doing, old fart? And same to you, Seven Sky. How are you doing? And Cameron, we'll see you later, buddy. Yeah, you know what? I feel ya. I feel ya. Video games are the GOAT, aren't they? And my stream is distracting. It is. It's something about permadeath, right? Permadeath homesteading is just really immersive. All right, let's do the bony soil. See what we can get. Yeah, God, I've been so distracted. I haven't been keeping up with chat nearly as much as I should. I haven't been engaging as much as I should. I'm a little tired today, but that's no excuse. Come on now. I wonder what I can do with those gemstones, like the emeralds and shit. I don't know. Oh, purchased by traders. Interesting. Purchased by luxuries traders? I think I have a luxuries trader nearby. Over there. Isn't he a luxuries trader? I think so. He had like clothes and stuff. We'll check it out. We'll see if I could like sell him the emerald. If I could sell diamonds and emeralds and all that as I found them, that'd be pretty useful. I really appreciate the shout out, old fart. Thank you, buddy. All right, I'm gonna go pour my next coffee. Another emerald, look at that. So just for clarification, can I pan over that? Can I like reach the back through the dry grass or whatever? It doesn't look like I'll be able to, but... yeah, I don't think so. But I could just put the torch there, I think. I believe the torch occupying that block would stop the spawns. Or, at this point, actually, since we got our first fat, I can make an oil lamp. And that is... it'll stop spawns in the area, I think, while also giving me a light source there. One of these is partially eaten, right? No? Okay. I have more bowls in here. And then grab a fat. Where is my animal fat? I think I left it in here. Okay, I now have a better light source for doing underground stuff. Let's grab the rest of our copper so I have an accurate idea of how much I have and how much I still need. Plug that up. Place this right there. And that should serve the purpose of stopping spawns while also allowing me to pan directly over it. Popping in for a moment before heading out to work, eh? Damn straight, Chris. Coffee! Hello, Seth. Salve? What, you mean I should make more salves? Or wait, what? I don't know. I found a few sphalerite, but I don't think I'll be able to make bronze anything. Bismuth bronze. Requires copper, sphalerite, and bismuthintapintawhite. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't found any bismuthintapintawintawhite. Yeah, I really like this class, the Orphan. To those of you who weren't here before, when I said it, this class is available for download. I just made this mod today, and the link to get it is in the description down below. How do I drink my coffee? Black. Yeah, black, because I really like intermittent fasting. I like to go long periods of time without eating because it's healthy. And as long as you have black coffee, it gives you the energy, but it doesn't break your fast. And as an added benefit, it's also an appetite suppressant, so it makes you forget that you're hungry to be hopped up on the caffeine, right? Really, really cool. I actually do it Turkish. I don't just do a pot of coffee. Turkish coffee is where you steep the grounds in the water. So basically, I will put a mug's worth of water into a pot. I'll bring it to a boil. And then I'll put 2 tablespoons of grounds in there and just leave it to steep for 15 minutes. It makes an extremely strong black coffee. It's an artisanal coffee. For pretentious douchebags like me. Yeah, buddy. Quality coffee. It tastes damn good, though. It's really, really good way to have coffee. I recommend anybody try it, especially if you're a fan of fasting like me. It's a very strong black coffee. Suppresses your appetite like no other. A lot of people make like pots of coffee, but would you rather have 6 cups of mediocre coffee or like 2 cups of quality coffee, right? Although, and I don't know if you guys know this, the coffee filters that they make actually have PFAS in them. They have those forever chemicals that never leave your body in them. And you're passing boiling water through those filters. So you're probably increasing your PFAS exposure if you use a conventional coffee maker. Just something to consider. There's a lot of benefits to making Turkish coffee. There's other stuff I'm worried about. Like I'm worried about the potential for like metals in the coffee. There might be metals in the coffee grounds sometimes when they're factory processed. That is a thing. But Zuzi and I are actually in the process of, we're gonna get a coffee grinder really soon so that we can grind up fresh beans ourselves and have like super fresh black coffee. Yeah. How do you take your coffee, Chris? I remember when I was younger, dude, I was a fucking fiend. I would have like, I'd go to Tim Hortons, which is the Canadian version of like Baskin Robbins or fucking Dunkin' Donuts. It's like the Canadian version of that. I would get an extra large 4x4, which is literally like 4 cream, 4 sugar, like real sweet tooth shit. Well, I'm happy to say we finally have the copper nuggets that we need, and we can make our pickaxe and hammer. We're just gonna have to wait for the coal to be done. Yo, I just got 3 copper nuggets in a row. That's insane. That's very rare. Relish that just happened, because you won't see that very often. 23 HP, buddy. That's why I have to play as the Blackguard. Like, I have to. We would only have 18.2 HP right now if I was playing as the Hunter, right? Mind you, we're playing as an Orphan, my modded class, but that's why I need the +5 health points of the Blackguard. Need it. Fucking need it. But you also need the movement speed boost in the winter to make sure brown bears can't catch up to you when you're wading through snow. So, perfect class for me. Really heavy negatives, but just the right positives. Happy to have it. What the hell? Did I just find an oiled medium hide? No, I accidentally picked it up, it seems. Okay, fair enough. That's weird. I don't know how I picked it up. But it must have something to do with the fact that I was in orbit camera instead of first person. You do sugar and creamer, eh? Yeah, do you want some coffee to go with your sugar? I used to get that too. Yeah, that's kind of what my channel name means, Discipline Before Dishonor, is as a kid, I grew up really unhealthy, so I ended up really mentally fucked up, right? And I, as a matter of like basic survival, I had to adopt a bunch of healthy habits just to equalize and normalize my brain chemistry and get it to that of like a regular person. And Yeah, that's what the channel name means. That's what the health cookies that I pin underneath each live stream are for. You guys can't see one under this one, but if you go back to all my previous live streams, you'll see health cookies with various health tips. I pretty much had to adopt those health tips to pull myself back from the brink that I found myself in when I was a young adult. My parents were, God bless them, they were there, but they were idiots too. They like fed us a shitload of processed food, shitload of pasta. They would use vegetable oils that were really bad for you, like sunflower oil and shit, canola oil. And they always kept the house like stocked with chips and soda, right? Like, I spent my whole life growing up that way, and I got to my early 20s, well, hell, my late teens, and I didn't know why I was so fucked in the head. I thought it was just genetics. I thought that it was just like, oh, I guess this is my lot in life, but no, a lot of it was actually my habits, my eating habits. I didn't fast enough. When I did eat, it wasn't quality food, right? So like the coffee, that's what it ties into that. I always try to min-max my healthy habits. So the way I do my coffee is a way that I avoid the forever chemicals in the filters. And once I'm grinding my own coffee, it'll also be a way that I avoid potential metal contamination in the coffee from the factories. Yeah. I min-max my health. I recommend you guys check out those health cookies if you're interested. I pinned them under every live stream. I have about 23 health cookies in total, each one with a different topic. Yeah. All right, what time is it? 4:53. We pretty much have daylight now, but until the charcoal is done, I'm not gonna be able to do any smelting, so I'm thinking what we do now is we just work on the garden a little more. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna expand on the farm for the day, at least until the charcoal is done and I can do the smelting. All right. Yeah, we need more medium. We have a lot of medium fertility soil. What I really need is more packed dirt. Yeah. Let's get it. Perfect place right here. I wanted to get rid of all this and level out the terrain, so we'll do that now. What the hell was that? Oh, I hear a monster down in the caves under our feet. We're fine. Yeah, I plugged up those holes to the caves underneath, so. I'm gonna go pour my coffee. I'll be right back. Oh yeah, Chris, don't worry about it, buddy. Honestly, not everyone, very few people actually have to do what I had to do. Most people, they have like innately healthy habits, you know, like they eat eggs once in a while, they like their yolks runny, they go long periods of time without eating, only having like 1 or 2 meals per day, right? Built-in fasting. It's and there is a genetic component to it too. Some people will have vegetable oils and incur a lot of damages, get a lot of inflammation. Other people have stronger resilience, they're more able to handle it. I'm not one of those people, but yeah, there's other factors, and these habits work for me because I kind of need to compensate. But for other people, they don't need to do it. It works just fine. And they don't lose their minds if they have some unhealthy habits. They barely even lose their health, right? Like it's, some people can handle the damage just fine. Some people can out-heal it. All right, let's keep going. I'm gonna make a new bear fighting position over here. There we go. Yeah, you mostly have 1 meal a day. That's the crazy power of fasting, is like people can have unhealthy habits, but as long as they fast, the thing is that a lot of the body's self-healing mechanisms are tied to fasting. In fact, in one of my health cookies, I don't remember which, I actually mention autophagy. Autophagy was first discovered by a Japanese scientist, and he won a Nobel Prize for it. Yorinoshi, something like that. And autophagy is when you fasted for a period of 24 hours or more, and your body enters the state of autophagy, and it starts consuming and recycling dead or unwanted cells and repurposing them. Autophagy can literally devour a tumor and repurpose the tumor for a useful function in the body. It's extraordinary. It is the hidden science that you never hear about. It's the cancer cure that's being suppressed, is autophagy. We're gonna need a new shovel here shortly, but it's going good. We'll level out this terrain. And we will extend the garden, because it's been long enough now where it's actually starting to get pretty full. We're gonna want a second row, just like the first row that we already have. All right. Opened up. Let's eat. Damn straight, Saturn. Indeed. It is highly customizable, yeah. This class is perfect. By the way, Saturn, if you want to use it, it's available for download. The same person who helped me make the mod on the Discord server for Vintage Story also helped me upload it to the website. So there's a link in the description down below if you want to play as the Orphan yourself. I really like the Orphan class. This is the stats right here. Walk speed and health, but reduced melee and range damage with like a worsened hunger rate. All right, let's get busy. I'm gonna have to first start by putting this underneath. I like how you can actually just swim perfectly laterally. You don't like sink when you're going sideways. Not unless you stop. Okay. Let's do another row. Shit. Alright, I don't think I got rid of a source block there or anything. That's what I'm most worried about. I don't want to get rid of source blocks because we need those. Let's try not to screw up any more block placements. Alright. So that's gonna be soil. This is gonna be where the water is. That's gonna be soil again. I need one more row of packed dirt here, and then we can expand the garden and literally double its size. Well, no, I need 2 rows of packed dirt. One for the railing. I forgot about the railing. Okay. All right. So, we're gonna have to replace all of these blocks with medium fertility soil. And this will give me more blocks for the railing section, which is really nice. We can repurpose these, right? I do still play Grounded. Ingrid, once in a while. Definitely Grounded 2, since we beat Grounded 1. I don't know if you saw it, but I beat Grounded WoW Permadeath for the first Grounded game. So right now we're just waiting until Grounded 2 is more developed, and then I'm gonna go really hard trying to beat Grounded 2 on WoW Permadeath as well. Yeah, Saturn, what I love most about this class is that, like, the negatives are pretty bad. You know, I'm gonna always be weaker, whether it's ranged combat or melee combat. And I still have the boosted hunger rate thing, but now I don't need to choose between the Blackguard's health and the Hunter's speed, right? So in the winter, when there's snow everywhere, I'll still be able to outrun a bear, as long as I'm in armor that doesn't slow me down. Yeah. That really caught me by surprise when the bear outran me in attempt 16. It was the snow. It was the snow slowing me down. I had no idea that was a thing. Okay, there we go. Now, let's lay out that medium fertility soil, build the next plots. I might need more than we currently have, we'll see. So, for this, we just need a complete row of medium soil. That can be packed dirt, because we're just gonna... That's a railing block right there. Alright. Perfect. Oh yeah. We almost have enough medium fertility soil to finish it all. We will need a little bit more though. There's plenty over near where the trader is. And we're gonna need more sticks also. In order to make the fencing. I don't actually need that much more fencing, because all we have to do is take the fence that's already there and move it over. So I just need to be able to fill in the corners. Yeah, fair enough. I barely need any more sticks. Nice. You used to watch me when I played Grounded? Right on. Ingrid. I don't remember your name, Ingrid. You wouldn't happen to be Space Junk Jen, would you? Yeah, I don't know. There's it's awesome though that you enjoyed that series. Right on. I finally ended up beating it. It took so many tries. I'll never forget, I actually almost died to fireflies in the early game. During the Victory Lap series, where we actually finally beat it and won, I almost died to fireflies, of all things. Literally almost died to fireflies. I couldn't believe it. We had a few near-death experiences there, but you know what really carried us through it? Aunt Jemima and Uncle Ben. Those two baby black ant pets. They mitigated a lot of the damage that we otherwise would have taken. I almost died during the Java-matic event too. Only reason I survived was because I had a baby black ant pet mitigating some of my incoming damage. I will never forget the trip I took back to the spacer platform with that music playing. I had so much dopamine right there, dude. Okay, we have enough medium fertility soil. Let's get back to base and finish the extension on our garden. And I think I might get some clay on the way back home. We don't need it for any clay goods anymore, but we will need it for skeps. It's cheap. I think it's only 2 per skep, so... My Little Pony models and classes. You can create a new source block, you can, but you need to get a bucket in order to do it, Chris. So in order to get the bucket, I need to get a bunch of copper and then forge a saw, right? I need planks to make the bucket, but I need the saw to make planks. So that's kind of what we're working on right now. And then I'll be able to make source blocks at will, but until I have the ability to make my own source blocks, a good alternative is to just start your garden over a body of water. And then, you know, you just, you use that water for your source blocks. You didn't chat so much, you just watched? Well, hey, I'm glad you watched it, and I hope you enjoyed it. Clearly, you're looking forward to seeing more, huh? We're gonna have more for sure. Yeah, we're gonna definitely do the same thing in Grounded too. We just gotta let it cook a little bit. Let the devs keep it in the oven a little while longer while they cook the finished product. Ugh. Anyway, it's nice to officially meet you, Ingrid. I hope you're having a wonderful day today. let's make some more fences. I don't know how many we'll need, but we also have more in here. I need to eat. Beautiful. Oh, that stew is cherry, buddy. Now, my crops are gonna be vulnerable to wild animals, so I better be quick about this. I'm all out of that. Beautiful. There it is. Okay, let's get some more low fertility soil here. Okay. All right. Very good. I have a spare axe in storage, so no harm, no foul on this. All right. All right. Now we need to fence this up. I'm not gonna hoe the ground yet, not until we have crops that we're ready to put there, but beautiful. There we go. All the crops are fenced in. And we now have a field that's twice the size. This is the largest farm I've ever built. The thing is, when you have free time, just do it. And now, look at that. Our charcoal is done. We're gonna be getting our temporal storm anytime, though. Anytime. So let's go grab all of our coal. I'll zoom out so we have a bird's eye view. Like, I don't want a bear running up on us again at any point. So what kind of Minecraft mod is that? Yeah, this is its own game. If you want to buy this game and play it, you can get it. There's a link in the description down below for where you can buy this game, but it's, look at this, Ingrid, I'm making a new shovel. I actually have to use a rock to hit another rock and make the shape of a shovel head. And then I attach that shovel head to the stick. There's my shovel, right? It's like Minecraft, except the crafting it has way more personality. It's far more hands-on, yeah. All right, let's leave the rest of that in there for now. I have enough coal. Let's grab our crucible. Same with the hammer mold and the pickaxe mold. Throw that in there. Let's refresh all of our torches. And, well, I need this one to light the fire. Oh, okay. Medium temporal storm is approaching. We still have some time, but it is approaching. Let's put our molds down right here, and I have to craft myself a set of tongs. Otherwise, I can't hold this when it's done. Put some sticks there, and then the rope. We now have a set of tongs for moving the molten stuff. And let's get a refill on all of our meals. Let's put the copper in there. I probably should have already had it in. Okay. Yeah, we'll preheat it with the peat, and then we'll just put a couple coal in there to finish the job. Okay, meat stew. Beautiful. We actually have 4 servings in there. Let's grab 3. I have 2 more carrot seeds also. I didn't notice. Let's go plant those then. Anywhere that they'll fit, really. Okay. Yeah, I kind of screwed up. I didn't put that in soon enough. I think 3 coal will be more than enough for this. Okay, 43 pack dirt. I actually don't even think I need that other coal in there. No, we're fine. It's gonna finish smelting regardless of whether or not I have that coal in there. Okay. Let's eat and put that last serving in here. We still have a good amount of food. A whole bunch of field mushrooms, and we can make porridge. Let's put the fat in here, seal that up. Extra stack of clay right here that I had missed. There we go. It's done. All right, let's equip these tongs and then grab that and pour the copper into the tool molds. Beautiful. We've officially entered the Copper Age, guys. I have 3 more meals left, but plenty of vegetables. So we're not exactly low on food. We're still doing good. Anyway, I think I'm just gonna make a bed and go to sleep until the storm starts. And I'll synchronize these torches with their placement. Okay, I have sand, I have the pan, and we are going to keep on panning. Let's collect this, put down the bed. Go in here, seal that up, go to sleep. Copper Age, damn straight. Hello, Alex. Hello, how are you doing today? There's a reason they added bear armor. The need for vengeance was great. Totally get it. It is very important that we watch out for bears, dude. Damn straight it is. I totally understand the vitriol for those accursed bears. Let's put that block right there, and then boom. I should be able to make it so things don't spawn while I do the panning. Yeah, we'll keep busy. We may as well do something productive during the storm, right? So I think it's a medium temporal storm. It has happened. Damn straight. How difficult was it creating that mod? It was pretty difficult. However, I wouldn't have been able to figure it out if it wasn't for that kind individual's help. They're on the Discord server. Their name was Erisild. Sounds very elven, that name, but God bless them, because they helped me to figure it out, and they helped me to upload it after the fact. I wouldn't have been able to figure it out without their help. Yeah, the modding community on the Vintage Story Discord server, chef's kiss. Like, so supportive, so helpful. I learned how to make my own traits. I learned how to make my own class. One thing I didn't do was change the clothes. You can actually, I copied the commoner class as the template. So I started out with the clothes that the commoner has, but the traits are different, the name is different, the description of the class is different. Yeah. Oh, copper spearhead. Let's go. Nice. And 3 copper at that. I just got a copper spearhead, which is just amazing. Drifter, well, hang on, Saturn. There's aspects to this, right? Look, I have dry grass right there and a torch right here, right? So I don't think that they can spawn here. I don't know if you saw the dry grass before you said that. Because as far as I know, what you said is true. They can spawn in air blocks, but if your base is only like 2 blocks, and the bottom block is covered, they can't spawn in the air block above it, right? They need 2 air blocks in order to spawn, right? Like, they need an air block with another air block above it in order to spawn. So since that's not an air block, this water block, because of the grass in it, and this isn't an air block because of the torch, we're probably okay, right? Do I have any programming background? Not really, no. I just figured it out on the fly. When I was a kid, I played a lot of Star Wars Empire at War, and a lot of that game was XML files. And you could change various parameters of the game with those XML files, so I got really deep into it. I made like rebellion ships, like rebel ships that had Y-wings and X-wings coming out of them and stuff like that. I think that anything, you see how there's a hitbox around this Saturn? I think that anything with a hitbox prevents spawns. So I can see the black hitbox around the torch, I can see the black hitbox around the grass, black hitbox around the sand, black hitbox around the oil. I think anything with a black hitbox can prevent spawns in that tile. I think so. I really don't know for sure, but I think so. Inventory's looking pretty damn ragged here. If I played Empire at War, you'd totally watch. Talton Cruiser reporting. I miss it, I miss it. I used to spend like weeks of my early 20s just getting stoned and playing Empire at War. God, that game had no balancing at all though. You could literally make a Death Star and just go around and destroy every planet if you wanted to, just obliterate the galaxy. And the criminal syndicate was absurdly overpowered in terms of the amount of money they could accrue with the underworld influence. It would be useful to free up some bits of my inventory for the panning. Maybe I will make a tool rack. Put it on the wall so that I can... Here. Yeah, I'll put that there so that I can deposit some things. Like that spear, and that knife, and this spear. Thank you, buddy. That's actually a pretty good idea. Now I have more inventory space. Yeah, I'm very happy with this class. I always felt torn, always, because I knew that if I had the Blackguard with his +5 health, I was missing out on the Hunter's movement speed, and if I had the movement speed, I was missing out on the max health. I always felt like I was losing something vitally important. Now I don't feel that way. I feel like I have the movement speed to outrun brown bears in the winter, and I have the health to survive a hit from a brown bear too. I love this class, and it has really hefty negatives, like having reduced melee and range damage along with the worsened hunger. I'm gonna feel that the whole game, whether I'm caving and killing drifters or trying to hunt an animal, you know, it's always gonna be there. Oh wow, it's over already. All right, looks like the temporal storm has subsided. And our copper tools should be done, so now we can go to that surface deposit and try to excavate it. I have to dig very wide in order to get in there, though. I'm gonna want at least 3 shovels. It's gonna be a small one. There was only 1 nugget above ground, so I'm not expecting to find that much copper. All right. Okay. Make the copper spear. Let's grab this. And that. I don't like the sound of that. Okay. All right. Let's place our bed down right here. Grab our copper goods and services. Beautiful. All right. I have to go pee. I'll be right back. All right. So let's eat. Craft another shovel. We know we'll need it. Over there is where the copper is. I have to remain in third-person view as often as possible, though, so that I can see a potential threat encroaching upon me. All right. We'll start by digging down like this, I don't know how much copper we're gonna find here, but I already have 16 nuggets toward our next pickaxe, so... Yeah, we gotta open this up quite a bit. There's only one fucking safe way to do this. I learned that in attempt 19. You gotta really open it up, and you gotta stay in third person as often as possible so that you see something coming. If a bear falls down here with me, I'm as good as dead, right? Alright, we have struck pay dirt down here. Now we do the same thing here. We could always use more dirt for rammed earth or packed dirt or whatever, right? So we're gonna dig a staircase going in multiple directions. Let's take a quick predator check around. I don't see anything. Yeah, the goal is, like, if there's just a bunch of copper there, you don't know if there's copper underneath these dirt blocks. So what do? You just move everything back. I'm gonna take these staircase, like, I'm gonna take this staircase that I made and I'm just gonna push it all back. There's no easy way to do it. Just get comfortable with the fact that you probably have to clear out a lot of terrain. And if you can do that, then you'll be happier. Just get comfortable with it. This is the only way, is excavation. It's not about mining the copper. It's about building a mine. And the sooner you, like, conceptualize that, the less stressful, like, the sooner it'll be less stressful, right? Yeah, I'm not mining copper. I'm building a mine. The copper, finding the copper is a natural byproduct of building a good mine with good access to the resources underneath. See, I'm uncovering more copper now. Yeah, there's even more still, right? We're just gonna keep on moving this staircase back until I've uncovered, like, all of it. Until we're sure I've uncovered all of it. Break this dirt block. And then this one. And those bottom ones. All right, looks like I've reached the edge of the copper going this way. Now I need to make sure I've uncovered all the copper in the full, like, perimeter around it. So we're gonna make a little staircase going down this way. I'll start from way back here. Three wide will do for now. It's amazing just how much copper can be beneath one single copper bit, right? There was only one copper bit there. Only one. Let's make a new shovel. I guess 3 shovels is the magic number for excavating a vein. Depending on size, it could require more. Okay. It looks like we chose to start from far back enough that we'll have this all uncovered here. From this direction. Then we have one more direction to do, like one more ramp to make. Okay. I'm not seeing any more copper this way, so let's finalize this ramp right here. This is exhausting work. All right, it's looking good. Looking good. Let's clear this away. All right. And I'll clear this. I want to see what's underneath this block. Nothing. All right. As you can see, we have like a perimeter of stone forming right now. Yeah, don't worry, Saturn. I learned my lesson. Attempt 19, may it rest in peace. I love how you can have cave-ins, but you can also have floating dirt. Yeah, that is a thing. And it is pretty funny. I will not deny, that's pretty funny. This ramp is gonna be the most annoying one, I think. Maybe I should have started from the top. Maybe these ramps, they don't collapse as much if you just start from the top and work your way down. Let's start from like here. I am gonna need another shovel. Okay. We're getting a shitload of dirt. Let's make a new shovel. Again, I'm gonna stay in third person mode, because then I might actually get a chance to see a bear before he hits me. Yeah, it seems like you have less collapsing to worry about if you start the staircase from up high and then go low. Start from the top step. Don't dig from the bottom. It looks like it's much less likely to collapse like en masse when you do that. Okay. This copper extends quite far. We are gonna have more of the vein to uncover, it looks like. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to uncover some of that corner. Figures, right? Now that I'm ready for a bear to show up, it's not giving me one. We haven't seen a single bear the whole playthrough. It's like it knows. It's like, oh, fuck, guys. He's using third-person mode. We can't catch him off guard anymore. Let's wrap it up and go home. It knows that I know. It knows that I know it knows that I know. Like, that's what's happening here. I don't see how anything else is the truth. It's not a conspiracy theory, it's a conspiracy reality, all right? Okay, now we've almost fully uncovered the vein, it looks like. Right there, I think we have. Look at this, guys. Oh, buddy, let's get busy. This is medium quality copper. I am still gonna keep the third person mode up, only because it's safer. If I can see a bear like split seconds before it hits me, that lets me have like a distance advantage. I need that. It doesn't look like this copper vein is gonna be 2 blocks deep. We'll see. What if the truth isn't the truth? What happened last episode, Jesper? I went to a mine just like this, but a bear fell in with me, and I couldn't get out. The bear killed us in the mine, like the surface mine. This time, though, I dug myself many ways out, and as you can see, Jesper, I'm staying in third person so that I have plenty of warning. Last playthrough, I had no warning. He was just, like, behind us, like, right away, and I had no warning of it. This time, we're ready, right? All right, I have to make a new shovel real quick. But Jesper, yeah, I modded a new class. I made a brand new class, all my own, and I uploaded it online too. Oh God. So you guys could actually use that class in your game if you want to. I gotta eat. Let's have a lunch. There we go. Use a bandage. Yeah, I know. You should see it, dude. It was funny. Listen to yourself trying to curse yourself. Don't complain when the bear gets summoned at the worst possible time. You got one of those, you got like the sailor level superstition going on. You're like, bro, don't hex the winds. I get it. I get it. I'm even inclined to believe that could be the case. I like to believe I'm the author of my own fate, but at the same time, like, fate has a sense of humor. All right, I don't think there's more copper here. I can't say for certain, but I don't think so. Let's grab our packed dirt. It's great that we were able to find at least one surface vein. I got a chance to redeem myself for attempt 19 and harvest it the right way, right? Let's get more of this. We have like loose wood lying around. Let's just grab it. What's the difference? Is that maple? Okay, that's a maple log. I'll just put it down right there. And then let's go. All right, we have a big batch of copper. We can use this to make more shit. We got a massive farm. We got a, yeah, this is our base, quote unquote base, Jesper. It's kind of funny looking right now, but it's carried us this far. All right, we now have pelts as well, so I am officially able to manufacture my animal hide bags. Now, I don't have much storage around here, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna take all this dirt that we got and we're gonna bring it to the trader's storage. He's got way more than I do. We'll do it from third person. I don't want to get jumped by a wild animal. I'm telling you, third person camera, chef's kiss. Like, use it. Don't sleep on it, right? Can be an orphan now, yeah. Yeah, I made a brand new class. It's got all the stats that I like and a lot of negatives that are really punishing. It's well balanced. Yeah, Jesper, take a look at this class, buddy. You know how the Blackguard has 5 more health, but the Hunter has 10% more movement speed? Well, I now have a class who has both. But it also has really bad negatives, like less melee and range damage and a worsened hunger rate. All right, I deposited a shitload of the low fertility soil in there. We have it when we need it. Well, he has it when we need it. I really wish I could have found like a deer or something. I've only found 3 medium hides so far. I found a few boars. We're still living off the meat that they gave us. Indeed, yeah. Well, and, you know, now I can run away from them in the winter, because attempt 16, Jesper, taught me that snow actually slows you down. It slows you down 5% per layer of snow. 3 layers of snow naturally generate with snowfall, so up to 15% reduced movement speed. And now I'll be able to run away from a brown bear even in that 15% reduction, so... All right, let's grab our hammer, crack open these nuggets. There we go. I have a hefty amount of additional copper now. So I'm gonna make a prospector's pick and another pickaxe and another hammer. Let's grab our crucible. Hmm. 80. That gets me 4 things. I could make a bunch of nuggets. Like, I could just go ham show on all of this. I could do that. 700 units of copper. I have the ingot molds already. So, hammer, pickaxe, prospector's pick, that's 300 units used. And then anvil, or ingots. I can make 4 ingots. And we are gonna need an anvil, but at least for now, like, I can have 4 ingots ready for when we get the anvil crafted, right? Yeah, I think that'll do. We're gonna need a lot of coal for that, though, like at least 6 pieces of coal. While we wait for the coal to smelt all that, I think 5 will do. Let's go harvest the rest of our coal. All right. Deposit the hammer and the copper. And let's go over here and grab this stuff. Again, there is no reason for me to stand around in first person. We'll do it the safe way, where I have full, like, perimeter view. Get all that coal. If I could zoom out even more than this, then I would. Like, literally, I want like a bird's eye view of my character from third person. That's how I found the copper bits, I think. Among several other things. All right, we have all of our coal now. All of it is accounted for. $71 of it. I don't think I'll need more than one additional piece of coal in there. But I also don't want it to fail to smelt because I didn't leave it with enough fuel. I think I'm gonna leave that last piece of coal in there. Better safe than sorry. I know it'll finish now. Grab the tongs. We'll put blocks in here. Oh yeah. Exuberant moisture, my lord. We're getting pretty low on food. Kind of. I have a lot of vegetables left and grains, but our meat stew surplus is now gone. We are gonna have to address that. I could go fishing, or I could go hunting for chickens and stuff like that. We're not gonna find game much better than that. Yeah, I can make a field mushroom porridge. Okay. Make a new hammer. Make a new pickaxe. And a prospector's pick. And then we can make 4 ingots. There we go. And then grab the cooking pot, put it down, and make the porridge with the vegetables. In fact, I can do 6 servings, so why don't I? Beautiful. Let's make our animal hide bags. We are really ahead of the game regarding cattails. Medium pelts. Boom. 2 hunter backpacks. We got them. Oh yeah. Much better inventory now. We still need 2 more hunter bags, but better 2 than none. He had a 2-sided windmill? That sounds pretty badass, actually. Right on. Yeah, I plan on doing a much better job with my base in this playthrough for sure. Let's center the camera here. Okay. So I now have 2 pickaxes with a 2nd hammer already. And I'm getting my first prospecting pick. And we almost have a shitload of soup. It is getting late. There, 3 servings of porridge. Very decent satiety in there. And we'll just store the rest of it on the ground right here. It won't spoil before we've had a chance to eat it. Maybe just to be safe, I'll chuck it in here. Alright guys, we made it to the Copper Age. It is a very successful episode 1 so far. Let's keep it going. We got a monster over there. We got several monsters actually. Fuck that. That portal is a no-fly zone. I see a ruin up there that I haven't seen before. Third person, so I have a eagle eye view of what's around me here. Flax seed. Another flax seed. Another. Good. I don't really see any bony soil or anything here. Couple more field mushrooms over that way. See, if a bear runs up on me, I'm gonna see it. That's why that third-person camera is so critical. I want to break this axe because we still have another backup axe in storage. Field mushrooms. Or onion seeds, potentially. Grab these mushrooms. Never a bad time to forage for the next meal that's gonna come after the next meals after your next meals. All right. Oh yeah. Now, I could just sleep the night away and then we could start seeking out more stuff tomorrow morning. I'll plant those crops first thing in the morning. We got 10 field mushrooms extra. Deposit those, stack them with the rest, amalgamate the spoil timers. Okay. Yeah, let's get some sleep. Sleep the night away. I'm having internet problems on the tablet is all. It looks fine. Like the stream looks fine, but I am definitely having an anomalous occurrence on the tablet, which is not irregular. All right. We have our prospector's pick, and for now, I will deposit the spare head, the pickaxe head and hammer head in here. And I don't really think I want to keep an axe with 10 durability on it, so let's just chuck that in the water and forget it even exists. Same with the shovel. We'll make new. Let's go plant these crops. We have a pea crop and a K crop. I might not have any more room in this first row. Oh yeah, we do. All right. Deposit the wood and the low fertility soil. All right, axe. Wait, I don't actually need to do that. Because I have an axe in here. Yeah, we'll use it up. And then shovel. I need another stick in order to craft the shovel, though. All right, it is time that we started prospecting. I need to grab a stick. Single man seeking stick. All right, let's begin. Let's eat. Again, do not forsake that bird's eye 360 view. We have bauxite rock here. Limestone. Oh, wow. What a day. All right. Density search. 2 more samples. Sphalerite, lignite, ligma. It has ligma. But yeah, we're gonna have to look elsewhere. We're gonna run cross country over here to where the trader is, and we'll check over there, get a reading. Is my chat back yet? Yes, chat is back. It seems to be functioning. Give me a second. Will they add pizza? Well, probably in the future. I'm hoping they add sandwiches, because you already have the bread, you have the meat, you have the veggies, right? Sandwiches just make sense. You could put, like, even cheese. There's cheese in the game, so you could have, like, a cheese, meat, veggie sandwich. It just makes sense, right? Like, sandwiches, I would rather see sandwiches sooner than pizza. Make some dope-ass sandwiches, bro. Okay, we got some turnips and turnip seeds. Baby deers. Bunch of rabbits. All right. Let's get our first reading right here. 2 more samples. One more sample. Well, I guess at least it's easier to get that sample now. Very poor native copper and malachite. Malachite is copper, but the fact that we just got very poor native copper is better because over there was none. So we know that we're headed in the right direction. We just have to get more readings in different directions to narrow out where the copper becomes greater in concentration. If you find copper, then you know that you can find more copper in a direction. You don't know which direction, but it's there. You just have to go in the proper direction and get a reading. Because the way it works is that if you find very poor copper here, then there could be minuscule shitty copper over here, but then in the opposite direction, that very poor could become poor, which becomes common, which becomes very common, which becomes rich, right? You just gotta keep on, it spawns it over many chunks. And you just have to get closer and closer to the dense concentrations. Poor native copper. See, it was very poor where I started and now it's poor. So that means I'm actually getting closer. I have to continue heading this way. I found some cranberries. Let's take those. Why do I have 2 native copper nuggets in my inventory? Oh wow, that probably means that there was like a surface node somewhere. That's funny. And when I caused a landslide, it ended up destroying some copper nuggets. That's hilarious. Somewhere over there is probably a copper deposit, but that would be kind of small fry. I'm gonna look for the big ones. All right, let's keep heading in this direction and get a reading somewhere over here. There's more field mushrooms over there. I'm not going down there. I don't like the idea of being surrounded by hills that I can't get away from. Let's bandage. And I will take these field mushrooms. Yeah, playing without a map, I know that I'm not gonna remember that I found these mushrooms here, so I'm just gonna grab them now. A bird in the hand, right? Mushrooms in the cellar are better than mushrooms in the field. As they don't say but should and would. Let's get a reading right here, just about. One more sample needed. Where can I get it, though? If I cause a cave-in, then it might uncover some stone. Yeah, sometimes you can use the cave-ins to your advantage. All right. Poor native copper. but it's a better reading than the previous poor native copper. It's climbing up steadily. Pretty soon we're gonna hit pay dirt. We're gonna find like a common or very common copper area. All right, we've almost eaten our last meal. Oh wow, look at all the fucking rabbits. I'd like to get a reading on this cliff face here, but scaling this hill is gonna be a headache. As long as a bear doesn't attack me, I might even be able to get my reading here, in fact. That wasn't far enough away from the first sample. Shit. I'm not gonna get my sample here. I'm gonna go somewhere else. Just the dirt kind of gets in the way, knowing you could cause a cave-in. Yeah, we'll go right up here. What? Very poor native copper. What, from here? I guess it, okay. So it actually got worse. We probably want to head that way at this point to get a better reading. But I see some cranberries. Let's approach in third person. We got a harmless raccoon here. Oh, that looks sus. The thing is, having the water behind you puts you in considerable danger of a random-ass bear charge that kills you. Very ambivalent about heading over this way. Okay, very poor bismuth, minuscule amounts of native copper, so this reading is actually worse. My readings were getting better up until a certain point, at which point they started going down. Poor native copper, not as good as our previous reading. So that previous reading was somewhere, like, it was right here. It got good up until here, and then it got worse over there and worse over there. Let's try going this way to get a reading now. Unfortunately, the better copper might actually be inside the mountain, which would really suck. I see more cranberries. Okay. That's the trader wagon. just so I know where home is. We got a whole bunch of ruins over here. I see some foxes, I see a rabbit. That's an ore vessel containing coal, brown coal. Tool vessel, don't know what it contains yet. Other than a flint knife, doesn't look like anything else. Another ore vessel, containing native copper. Food vessel, containing 10 rice. Yeah, let's get a reading over here and then we'll head home. Hopefully it's like a high fucking reading, you know? We'll see, but I have to remain in third person. I need that situational awareness in case a bear may be nearby. High native copper. Here we go, and the beautiful part is I can actually build my mine shaft right here in the body of water. And we'll have an elevator leading down. So I think we found the place that we're gonna do it. Let's just put a little pillar here so I don't lose where it is. We'll come back here, and we'll mine for some copper here. It's only day 9. We had, I believe, our temporal storm kind of like the evening of day 7, so we still have some time before our next storm. All right, so the trader, I believe, is over that way. I can see the trader's hut from here, which would put my base over these hills. Seed vessel containing soybean seeds. Oh, I never find soybeans. That's interesting. Let's eat these 12 cranberries. Vintage Story Leo is treating me very well. Yeah, I even I modded my own class into the game. Another seed vessel. Rye seeds. I'll get rid of the old knife. Yeah, let's head home. So basically, there's a large mountain that I have to go around. It's the most sizable mountain in the area. Large mountain with a tree on top. How are you doing, Leo? Pretty steep drops. Let's go over here. I'm gonna want to learn the safest way to get there. Terrain like this is not necessarily safe. Is this where my copper mine was? Yes, it is. All right. The surface node. So we know how to get there from home. Finding a high copper reading means we're pretty much in the clear. We're gonna be finding copper soon. Anyway, I'm gonna need the hoe. We're gonna have to plant more crops. Deposit that. We got 20 new mushrooms and a whole bunch of grain. Yeah, let's plant our seeds. Soybeans, -5 and heat resistant +40. Oh yeah, let's grab the hoe and get busy. All right, yeah, this is now officially all full. We need new crop areas. I need 5, 10, 17 plots. I tried my best to group light crops with light crops, but sometimes you end up with like a variance just based on how many seeds you have. But we'll try to rotate the soil, rotate the crops. So this is an N plot right here. That's more N crops right there. K crops. All right. That's all the seeds planted. We got a wonderful garden. I'm gonna water it. May as well boost its growth a little bit, you know? Yeah, watering crops is pretty tedious. It is. That's why you have to have water source blocks. It makes it so you can water it a lot less. Okay. Deposit that and the brown coal right there. I have 3 more servings of porridge, I think. We'll take all 3. I need more sticks. That's our knife. We have our light source for being underground. I need more torches. Definitely need more torches just to stick on the walls. I'll leave behind 1 dry grass, take the 14, and we need to get more sticks on the way to the mine. Let's eat. My inventory is not very sizable, but we'll try to make it work. All right. There we go. Now I can make a bunch of torches. 7 of them. Get rid of that seed, and let's head to the mining area. While I still have food in my bowls. It's behind that large mountain over there off in the distance. I see more field mushrooms, we'll grab them. I do only have 2 servings of a relatively light stew, so... In fact, I think I'll go grab those too. And we got some cranberries, so we were able to extend our food supply quite a bit for this trip down there. Hopefully we don't need to eat this stuff raw, though. I'd much rather make a stew out of it. Alright, I really don't have that many bandages, which does kind of suck. Kind of spaced out on that. We have all the supplies we need at home to make some, but I'll have to try to be extra careful of cave-ins if possible. Alright. So we're gonna dig down right here. Okay. Now we can start getting pro pick, short range distance search. I don't get it. These are different ones. I don't know what these are. I don't really get it. Hang on. Native copper. Oh, that's... I don't like that. Searches in a small area. Yeah, like... native copper, huge amounts. But what's the area? Hang on, let me look at this mod here. So, this is BetterProspecting. You see, that's 64 by 64 block area. Don't want that. Well, it's not the same as it used to be. Hang on. Is there like a mod options thing? Can I change the mod options? I doubt it, eh? Let's save and leave the world real quick. Doesn't look like it. Oh, I accidentally put a slash there. Okay, so better prospecting, I might actually turn off right now. Just to make sure I have like the normal mining experience, and we'll turn it on when we need to find stone, right? So now I have just the regular node search. There's large amounts of quartz right here, so we gotta go lower. We won't even need better prospecting in this playthrough because we have limestone so close to us, so. All right. No ore nearby. My temporal stability has begun to decrease due to depth underground. No ore nearby. No ore nearby. Damn, we gotta go deep for this copper. We may not even find copper in this shaft. That is a possibility. We found bauxite down here. Native copper trace amounts. Okay, we are closer to copper than we were before. Now there's granite. Native copper, medium amounts. I think if we go down one more time, it's probably going to become trace amounts again. I'll mark that as a place where we had the highest reading so far. Taking a break from work, huh? I'm doing good, buddy. I'm doing good. I made a new class. I am loving that class. It's really damn nice. Medium amounts. So most likely we head in and we're gonna find copper. Yeah, we're gonna go in and up. Trace amounts, really? Huh. Okay. Let's see what the reading becomes if I make a staircase going up this way. Medium amounts still, okay. Medium amounts from here, too. I can make shale fences with all this stuff. Let's do it, yeah. Let's go up right here. Large amounts. Okay, we're getting pretty close to it right here. Let's get rid of this medium fertility soil over there. There's a fucking cave right there. I don't like that. Let's go this way. It says small amounts that way. What if I go over here? Oh god. I see the copper. Yeah, it's over there in the damn cave. I don't like that. Oh, Jesus. All right. I need to light these torches. No cave adventures yet. Yeah, it feels a little too early for me. Right now, I'm going in a cave because I have no other choice. I would really prefer it if I didn't have to, but I do have to, unfortunately. Oh god, I am so deep, dude. I hate this. I'm gonna just block that off. All right. There is an enemy down there, but he might not be able to get me here. This is medium quality ore. Let's gather what we can. And then get the hell out of Dodge. My temporal stability is going down. I'm gonna ditch the shale stone, make some more granite fences, ditch the gravel and the low fertility soil. At least we found some stuff. I think we might have stopped new spawns from happening just by lighting up the area well enough. I'm hoping that's how it works. Oh god, dude, that guy's just chilling. You know what? I don't want him to be able to, like, get us, you know? So we're just gonna wall that off a little. Gotta watch that temporal stability. We can't let it fall too low. All right. Now, if I want to, I can get out of this cave. Let's grab our torches. More copper in there, but I can access this copper from like a little tunnel that I build over there instead of doing it out here where the cave is exposed, right? So let's do that. Seal that. Put the torch down. Yeah, we can go this way. What's my, okay, 28%. I do have to get out of here pretty soon. All right. Let's get out of here now. I did manage to find copper. We located pay dirt. Now let's get the hell home before it is too late to do so. Oh man. Oh god. It's dark. Okay, so from here, I know the way home, but this is gonna be scary and dangerous. I need to go around this mountain, up the hill, and find my way to my house in the dark. The trader's over there. We have like a light source to the trader. I think that's probably the safer bet. Let's go to the trader first and then go home. Jesus, this is dangerous. My temporal stability is going up instead of down, though. That's a good sign right now. Oh God, I don't like this. Oh! Whoa. Holy shit, I hate going up hills like that. At least my temporal stability is rising instead of falling, though. Positives. Alright, there's the trader. I can take that. I was able to get a good amount of copper. Not enough for an anvil, I don't think, but it's a start. And there's a lot more down there. We just gotta rest and regain some temporal stability. Alright, let's head home. There's our home, right there. We're good. We made it. Fucking horrifying. I let my torches burn out again. Let's go to sleep. Actually, maybe I shouldn't. I didn't even cover this up. Rookie move, buddy. Rookie move. All right. Yeah, because we're getting temporal stability back. I may as well just sort of pass time, gradually get that stability restored to us, cook a meal, you know? Because then I'm not waking up and wasting daylight not making progress. All right. Yeah, let's deposit everything. Grab our hammer, crack these open, see what we're looking at. Okay, it's a start. It's a start. I need 180 copper nuggets to make an anvil. 180. I don't think I'm gonna do a fucking stone house again. I mean, that just required so much saving up resources and stuff, you know? Don't I have 2 of these reed chests? Oh yeah, one of them's over here. I was using it for my panning stuff. All right. Well, you know what I'll do then? I will make 1 more reed chest. And I will use this reed chest for the stones, and I will make granite cobblestone out of it. We'll basically fill up the chest with stone, and then I can convert it to cobblestone, store the cobblestone in there. I need to plant these crops. And I have to cook. I may as well cook now. We'll make another 6 servings of super porridge again. I see no reason not to. There we go. I'm gonna need the hoe. I really wish I had more animal hide bags, dude. I only have 2, which, you know, it's gonna add a lot more grind to this, but I can just try to be selective about what I bring. I no longer... I don't need to bring an axe with me, nor do I need to bring a knife, so I'll leave those behind. Same with, like, the spears. I only need 1 spear tops. Like, my copper spear will do. The hoe I don't need. Storage space is looking pretty damn ragged at this point, though. I'm definitely gonna want to make a saw ASAP. But we need an anvil for that, so mining, mining, mining. Our temporal stability is already restored. We have a great home for that, it seems. Our soup is done. We have another 3 servings left. I don't really think it's gonna spoil if we just leave it on the ground. It'll probably last a few days at least, so. Okay. Let's make more bandages. In the event of cave-ins, it's good to have the ability to restore your health so you're not bleeding as much hunger. There we go. We are topped up on bandages. I'm ambivalent about leaving without flint and sticks, but I just don't think I'll need them. Let's take our other pickaxe, just in case. We may end up finding a lot. And let's deposit the flint and sticks. Gotta conserve inventory. The bowls will stack as we eat, so... Let's go. We got our temporal stability restored really quick, eh? That was pretty freaky when we left and it was pitch dark. Like... Good morning, Judy. Good morning. How are you doing? Sheeby, hello, brother. It's good to see you guys. I hope you're doing well. All right, let's keep up the search. I found some berries to tide us over for a bit. We'll head back down there. So that's my copper mine. We have to run this way. Go around the mountains. Yeah, we have a lot more inventory space now than we did before. Grab the red currant berries. Oh, you know what? We're gonna pivot. I need to try to hunt these boars. 100%, that's what I need to do. We need those medium hides so I can make my other 2 animal hide bags. Jesus. Slippery bastard. All right, got him. I don't have my knife, however. I could make one real quick just to use while we're out here. I need 1 more flint. Got it? And then let's grab a stick for the handle. And then I have to go get that other one. This is good though. This means I'll be able to make my 4 hide bags sooner than later. Knife blade. And we'll have more meat. So like the food situation will be way better. Okay. And more fat. All right. Where's the other one, huh? It was around here somewhere, but it was just sort of roaming around. There it is. They're pretty slippery. Oh yeah, got it. Let's head home. That's a great haul. I couldn't be happier that we finally can... Yeah. So let's combine those medium hides with the other ones in storage to sort of like reset the timer on those other ones. The other single medium hide that we have in storage. And then we'll combine 2 of them with fat. Turn it into an oiled hide. And then after a couple days, we can make our other 2 animal hide bags. That's great. And we got a lot of food. 11 red meat. I might actually build a bridge to get across here. I don't know. With just a little bit of dirt, you can do that. Like the greased up deaf guy, but it's a boar. Wow. All right, now deposit the bones in here. Animal hides in there, and then we have to oil 2 of them. Beautiful. Put those on the ground until they're done. We'll just deposit those berries. We have meals. All right. Deposit the fat in here. And, oh, right, the red meat. We'll store that in here and cook it when we get back after our trip. Great news, though. Really happy about that. Let's go. I don't need the knife. Let's just deposit it. Oh. I wonder if I could find cassiterite anywhere. It would certainly help. Just skipping the copper age, going straight to bronze. I don't know if I'll be able to do that though. I really want a saw so I can make better storage chests and stuff, you know? We can make a rammed earth house. We have like 4 stacks of dirt from when we dug out that surface copper node, so we can just do rammed earth for our walls. I might literally just do a conveniently built rammed earth box in this playthrough for a while. Wait, there's a vessel right there. Quartz chunks. Okay. That's the wrong way. Gotta go around here. Cranberries. Here's our mine. Let's head in. Alley-oop. We gotta go up here. That's where the copper is. Let's put some torches down to mitigate spawns in the area. I might actually just seal this off from me. Yeah, and then 1 torch right there. Oh, wow. Causing many dusty ass cave-ins right now. That's kind of insane. All right. It's a good thing we brought that second pickaxe. That's the cave where I was. I'm gonna want to seal this off. Yeah, make sure you're grabbing your copper ore regularly, because I'm pretty sure that when stone blocks fall on stuff, it actually breaks the stuff. I've had it happen before where I broke like 6 copper blocks, but then a cave-in happened and I was unable to retrieve the copper ore. So I think that when stone collapses... Oh, maybe not. That was a kind of a proof of concept of the exact opposite right there. I might want to try to put up some structural support pillars here. It's not worth delaying the saw. I pretty much agree. Yeah, that saw changes the game so much. Now, I think there was more copper over that way. Yeah, there is. I just uncovered it. We'll try to get it. Honestly, if we're willing to sacrifice a chisel, I can just get all of the copper back. I can get all of the copper back that we spent on the anvil. At least, like, 8 of it out of 9 copper ingots, which is good. It's almost like a full refund. Kind of. You end up getting... You spend 1 on the chisel, and you lose 1 from the anvil, so you get, like, 7 of the 9 copper ingots back that you spent on the anvil. This might be another node up here. I don't know for sure. We'll do a prospecting node search soon. I don't see any more copper. Let's do a node search. Native copper, medium amounts. Yeah, there's still some around. Let's keep digging that way. Sylvite, trace amounts. What the fuck is a sylvite? Sylvite trace amounts again. Well, maybe that copper we're looking for is actually lower than us. That's what it seems like. So I think I'll make a staircase out of this right here. Native copper, medium amounts, it still says. Large amounts over that way, so we're getting closer through this tunnel. Let's build a little staircase leading back up here. This pickaxe is almost broken, but we brought another. That would be a fossil, huh? All right, that's one of our pickaxes down. Very large amounts of copper within a radius of this area. Don't like the look of this at all, but yeah, it's over there. All right, let's seal this off. I'll try to make a tunnel going down there. And let's try to make sure we're covering the possibility of spawns. Let's seal this. I don't like that. And then that's well lit enough. Let's just put this right there. Wait, just start the staircase going down right here. Yep, there we go. Pay dirt. That's rich as well. That's a rich copper vein. So we just hit like mega fucking pay dirt. Okay. At least we know when we emerge from the mine this time, we're still gonna have some daylight left to work with. That was horrifying when we came up and it was just pitch dark and my temporal stability was all like nice and low, you know? Salt? You mean the halite shit, right? I found halite in my previous world with the prospector's pick. It was under sandstone. I think it has to be underneath one of those types of rock. I'm so glad we're finding rich copper, dude. We're gonna come out of this with a lot of stuff, buddy. This is moist. This is exuberantly moist. Pay dirt. Pay dirt. The dirt of pay. You know RuneScape had a lasting impact on me when I still say pay dirt to this day. Like... Alright, temporal stability is not looking the best. Let's eat. We do have to get out of here very shortly. I'm just gonna grab the rest of this. Right here. Holy shit. Okay, well, you know what? We know where the copper is when we come back. We just follow the path. I closed off all the other routes that we could take. So the only route left is the path with the copper. All right, let's go. Get some air. Head back up. Oh, yes. We did so good, buddy. 19% temporal stability, but we're still fine. Yeah, it's that easy to find copper. It's not hard to find copper. It's not hard to find any ore. Honestly, I have way more difficulty finding certain types of stone for making lime, but I have a mod to help with that. Yeah, it's way too hard to find lime in the current state of the game. I'll remove the Better Prospecting mod once lime is easier to come by. Like 100% I will, you know, it's a placeholder for now. Hey, that's a grown ass deer. I would love to get that. Try to start making my winter clothes. Hopefully it's a male and it starts attacking me if I damage it. But I also have to rely on getting a good ranged throw and not missing. Oh, you dick. The fuck was that? I guess that was just the deer noise. Do a predator scan. We seem okay. My spear just literally disappeared. So I'm gonna put on creative mode and give myself a new one. You guys saw that, right? Straight up just disappeared. All right. Got it. Oh, that was weird. Okay, my spear didn't disappear. Rather, what happened was it had no projectile, like, velocity. I didn't see it go to its destination. It just immediately went there. So... Alright, armor's broken. Gotta run. Gotta jet. Oh my god! He's pissed. Heal up. Thank God we have these bandages. My armor picked the worst time to break, but I can still kill him. Holy shit, that was intense. I'm gonna need a knife, but we got him. Let's finish healing. Yeah, the thing is, when you jump, you actually slow down for a second. I can outrun him easily as long as I'm running, but if I start jumping, then I'm taking a tremendous risk that he will catch up to me and fuck me up, as you guys just saw, right? You can lose animals if you jump over a hill, because your speed jumping over the hill is faster than their speed climbing over the hill. But if there's no hill involved, like, in the equation, they'll gain on you when you jump for no reason. Okay, let's plant that birch seed. Ditch that flint. Skin this guy. And then I can eat the berries that we have to clear up space. That was intense. My life flashed before my eyes. I don't want to get killed by a deer again. You know? Let's finish this serving of porridge. I can stack the bowls to save more inventory space. Grab that. And then collect this. We have a shitload of red meat now. And more hides, so let's get home. And I have to get rid of one of these spears. Whichever one has more durability. Yeah, we'll get rid of that one. Yeah, the game has a problem where sometimes, like, if the server lags, then things won't change in the interface, or, you know, like, when I threw the spear, it teleported to its destination instead of having any sort of trajectory. And that was because a server lag happened the instant that I threw it, right? And in my mind, I thought that my spear had disappeared, so I gave myself a new one. I'm just glad that fucking deer didn't kill us, man. We survived 2 hits from that deer. Probably would have killed us if it... He has a tier 2 attack, technically. It probably would have killed us if I wasn't playing as the Orphan with my plus 5 HP. Alright, we are now in very restorative lands. Our temporal stability is going to come back. We have a lot of copper that we can work with, a lot of it. Let's deposit these granite stones for later. Deposit the lump of fat, and then I'm going to make myself a rawhide mantle and store it for winter. We now have a winter shirt. At this point, I just need to make pants also. Rawhide trousers. I would need 2 medium hides to make those. All right. Let's make a really, really badass meat stew. I can almost make 6 servings of it. I do have crock pots, right? Pretty sure I made a couple, so... Let's eat these. Grab the mushrooms. How do I want to do this? I could do... I'm just gonna do mushroom and meat. Yeah. Put the cooking pot there. There we go. 6 servings of hefty red meat mushroom stew. Well, I've tried Saturn. I just think that probably the turning radius is it has to be a lot tighter to kill the brown bear, and I think you said it's a gamble either way, and I think you said you probably wouldn't try to do it on permadeath, right? Oh man, we have so much copper. Let's crack these open. Oh yeah. Shitload. Where's my copper ore? Over here. All right, let's grab our clay. Make some cobbles. Alright. Yeah, we need to make a saw. Big time. Have that better storage. And I'll want to build a better house soon. Probably just gonna make it out of rammed earth or something. Yeah, maybe we didn't lose that other spear from the other day. Maybe the same thing happened. I might be able to kill a brown bear by doing the circle strafing thing with a hunter, but I feel like it would probably require a level of precision that, like, if I fuck it up, I'm dead, right? So I just probably wouldn't risk even trying it. All right. Yeah, we got a lot of copper. Let's grab our crock pots. We're gonna need those in order to store these meals. A couple of bowls. Hell yeah, buddy. Hell yeah. It's been a great episode 1. The kind that we hope for when we start at the beginning of the day, you know? We had a really hectic start, a wild start. Saturn, you weren't here for it, but when we first spawned in, we spawned in the middle of a forest, right next to a vast plethora of mushrooms. Also horsetail. But we also ended up finding a tool vessel with a copper shovel and a copper knife in it, which helped so much with the early game work we had to do. However, it was a forest surrounded by mountains, and we had to find a way out, constantly afraid that a wolf or a bear would get us in there. It was intense, buddy. All right, let's cook again. There we go. Another 5 servings of the same thing. We have a lot of food. A significant amount of food. We're gonna be fine for a while. Let's store this full crock pot of hefty red meat field mushroom stew. Store the mushrooms in there. We'll eat those cranberries as soon as we can. I'll cook that leftover piece of red meat. And then we're gonna use the crucible. We're gonna make an anvil. Live to see episode 2, right on. Hell yeah, buddy. When you live to see episode 2, it's a great episode 1. I could. I got 8 sphalerite from panning. You were right. You were right, Saturn. Sphalerite is decently obtained from panning. I would need 40 units for a plate. I need 2 plates in order to make 2 sconces. I wonder if I could end up with 40 units. Hang on. Yeah, I wonder if I could end up with 40 units of brass. With 8 nuggets. I doubt it, but I don't know. We already have 4 ingots made. I need to make myself a forge. Let's make it now. Got it. We just cooked the contents of 2 boars and a deer. A bunch of food. A whole bunch of food. Last us a good long time. We have like 11 servings of hefty red meat field mushroom stew. Alright, put the crucible in there. I have 6 ingots and the anvil. 6 ingot molds and the anvil, which means I could theoretically do like 15 if I wanted to. 1,500 units of copper. All right, 1,500 units of copper. 900 for the anvil, right? And a bunch more for the ingot molds. Yeah, lay those out. 1,500 units of copper. Like, talk about going hard on it, eh? We'll have copper tools for a while, and we can comfortably get into the cassiterite sort of bronze era. Yeah, we'll take our time here. No need to rush, right? That's gonna take a hot minute. We're just gonna want to leave the coal in there when we're making this much. I'm doing pretty good, Snap. Pretty good. Hell, best day ever, buddy. Best day ever. How are you doing? I'm gonna have 10 ingots pre-made and ready to go, along with our anvil. That's amazing, buddy. Hell yes. I don't really need the panning zone anymore, but honestly, I do feel like panning has value because, well, if I can get more brass, then it's kind of worth it. Let's just pan while we wait for that to finish. It's crazy how dangerous deers can actually be. Alrighty, sounds good, Chris. Well, hey, take care. It was wonderful chilling with you today. Maybe I'll see you around a little bit tomorrow too, eh? Have a good night, brother. New subscriber, eh? Random health cookies, right on. I'm happy you like the health cookies above all, but I'm also very happy that you're enjoying the Vintage Story playthroughs. I remember when I first started playing Vintage Story, I thought permadeath would be impossible, but you know, it was actually a YouTuber called GG Beyond who showed me that it was possible. I watched his series, he had a permadeath series, and through his example, I learned a couple of tricks that helped me learn how to pull it off. Hell yeah. Oh, that's gonna take a while. All right, let's keep on panning. I'm gonna wanna pan at least 5 more blocks of sand. At least 5 more. Yeah, how are you doing today, Marshall? Can't believe I'm making 1,500 units of copper. I might even want to make a 3rd hammer, to be honest with you. I have 1.5 hammers right now. If I make a 3rd one, then, you know, I can get a lot of smithing done without worrying about my hammer durability. And I still have to crack open some nuggets too, so. Also, F you for making me addicted to this game. It happens quick, doesn't it? You like it. Yeah, it's an amazing game. Really, really awesome. Hell yeah. I'm glad to hear you're doing good, buddy. It's honestly, I tell people all the time when they get into Vintage Story because of me, I say the game's gonna piss you off and you're gonna hate me for getting you into it, but there's gonna, you know, if you can get good enough at it, then you'll love it. Yeah, it's just, you're always at risk of getting run down by a bear. By the way, Marshall, I made a new class. I modded a new class into the game, and I'm playing that class right now. And you can download that class, it's called the Orphan, in the description down below. So if you'd like to play as the Orphan class, check it out. It has 10% more run speed, 5 more HP, and it has like a few really good, like, well, really bad negatives to counterbalance it. It's got more hunger rate, 30% more, 15% less melee and range damage. Yeah, this Orphan class is now my favorite class to play. It's specifically tailored to my desires. I always hated choosing between the Blackguard's health and the Hunter's movement speed, and I wanted a class that came with both, even if I had to have really punishing negative traits to counterbalance it. Now I have it. Hell yeah. Best of both worlds. You get the Hunter's movement speed and you get the Blackguard's HP. Still not done yet. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Let's deposit our copper bits. We got 9 already, which is, it blows my mind. Let's eat this. I have enough time to do like 2 more blocks. Yeah, we'll pour one of those into a new hammer mold. We'll make another hammer. We're gonna want it for all the smithing we're gonna have to do, so. That crucible is probably done now. We'll do these last 2 pans and we'll head over there. Grab it, check it out. Inventory woes. Yeah, it's done. All right, let's grab our tongs. Grab that. Oh, buddy. I gotta take the copper out of there. We'll do it once I fill this up. Or, sorry, the coal. All right. We had a very productive night, goddamn. All right, hammer mold. There we go. I have 9 ingots, an anvil, and another hammer coming in. We're set, buddy. We are set. Our inventory woes will be a thing of the past soon. I have 10 sphalerite and a bronze armlet. I don't know what to do with the bronze armlet. I tried to smelt it down, but like I couldn't. That was 6 months ago. Yeah, I wish we could make a bronze ingot out of this, but I'll just equip it. Yeah, bronze armlet. There we go. Let's eat that red meat. We'll deposit that stuff. We have better storage containers coming in very soon. Let's hang that up. And until that stuff cools, we don't have much to do. So let's sleep, actually. And then we'll have plenty to do. Plenty to do. All right. 9 copper ingots. Let's break the mold. Get the... oh, hell yeah, the anvil. Alright, we still have 2 stacks of copper nuggets. Just about. Oh yeah. We can do some hardcore frickin' smithing now. Three servings of meat stew in the inventory, fresh for 4 days, with 2 crock pots full of meat stew in there. Beautiful. That is 53% cured. Let's put a piece of coal in here. Get it ready. Light it. All right. We are about to do our first reforging, guys. It's happening. Good tools are coming. I have way too much, like, extra shit. I think I'm gonna throw away a lot of that. The axe will keep. The scrap spear will keep. But I have, like, extra knives and shit. Like, yeah, that's just it. It's eating up our space, so we're gonna get rid of it. Let's craft that hammer. Oh yeah. Let's go litter this shit. Right over here. Yeah, I only need 1 knife. I don't need like fucking 4 stone knives, you know? All right, let's begin. So, I'm gonna start by making nails and strips for storage chests. We'll make 8. Do like a big batch of them, right? Yeah, that wasn't so bad. You're holding up for the winter, eh? True, yeah, bear in mind, you're actually a lot slower when you run through snow. So be careful about, like, encountering bears and wolves outside of your home during the winter. Because they might outspeed you just by virtue of the fact that you're running through snow. Okay, there we go. We have nails. I'll cool them in here. All right, fully cooled nails. We can now make our storage chests. Now, I'm gonna make a saw. Definitely the saw blade, right? I mean, come on. All right, one more block needed. Then we break the rest. Okay. Cool it off. And shears, I suppose. Or a chisel. Shears or a chisel. Let's make shears, yeah. I mean, we have a lot of copper. We're gonna be making a lot of useful tools. Do the heavy hits. All right. It can be hard to make shears sometimes. Okay, destroy that. Move this up. This one to the left. It's definitely a skill check to try and make shears without needing 2 ingots. Hopefully I can pass that check. I actually don't think I'll be able to. Oh, if I can grab that, then maybe. Okay, I need to really plan this out. Hang on, let's open the handbook so I can pause. No, let's just take a look at it. So I need 4 more blocks. I have 3 on the track. I need to get 1 of these out. I need to get 1 of them out, while being able to fill in the gap after. Okay, I can put this one right there, and then I can get both of these ones on the side out, I think. Let's try it out, okay? I have an idea. Move that over, and then I can move that one up, down there, and then move this one to the right, and down. We did it. Okay, I now have enough to finish. Which is crazy. I had to think about that for a minute. That was like a puzzle. We did it though. It's foolproof now. It literally came down to the very last block. Okay. Cool them off. I still have 5 more ingots. Hey, thank you very much, Jake the Snake. Right on, buddy. That's fucking food on my table, brother. Thank you very much. And Vineyard Rages, he's been with the channel a long time. A long time. He actually played Grounded while Permadeath just like me. I don't know if he ever beat it, but he's certainly a fan of it. Vineyard, welcome back to the pack, buddy. If you're here to see this. Let's refresh the torches. All right. So now I need to make the saw. Got it. I have some wood. I can make some planks. Yeah. And I can now make some storage chests. Right on. Right on. I need a little bit more plankage. A little bit more. I just need like 1 more piece of wood. Over here. I left it over here before, we can use it now. There we go. And then I can combine these to make 4 large wooden trunks. Badass, buddy. We got it. Way better storage. Let's grab those black currant berries. I guess I'll just eat them now. I might want to water the crops just for the sake of it. Let's deposit the planks in here. All right. Almost done. All right. They'll grow a little faster for now. Okay. Let's put down our first storage chest. We need it. This is nice, buddy. Very nice. A lot of storage space available now. That can be a catch-all for just a bunch of miscellaneous junk. Empty this. Grab everything out of it. Oh yeah, we're gonna have a way better inventory situation. And then let's put this down. Right here. I would like to have it with the other ones. Let's see if I can stack these together. Beautiful. All right. Everything is looking cherry right now. Absolutely fucking cherry. Oh yeah, lots of inventory space now. So I still have a bunch of copper. I have 5 ingots. We already have the saw, a set of shears, 3 frickin' hammers. I made 2 batches of nails. I haven't found a candle yet for a lamp. So much space. Yeah, even just one chest makes so much difference, dude. So much difference. I love it. Let's put the planks in there. And the arrowheads and spearheads. Same with the arrows. And I suppose the small bones and feathers. Oh, yes. Clean. Absolutely clean. Put the gears in here. And then we'll move all of our ceramic stuff to the very end. Okay. So I think it's about time that I tried to get fully out of the Stone Age. We'll try to make an axe, a shovel, maybe a plate, and a knife. And I still have one more copper ingot after that too. Yes, buddy. Oh, this is beautiful. I have such a vast surplus, right? Like this is the first time I made my 10 ingot molds early. I kind of learned in attempt 16 that 2 ingot molds isn't enough, but I learned it too late. Now I actually got to make like 9 ingots while I was making my anvil. So, you know, huge help. I'm gonna need another hammer shortly. Okay, here we go. Let's make a copper axe head. That'll last us quite a while. Okay, there's the axe head. Let's cool it off. Close the door. Shovel head. That's our first hammer down, and boy oh boy did we ever get a lot of use out of it before it bit the dust. There's our shovel head. Now we need a knife. And then I'm thinking a chisel and a scythe would be like perfect, right? Then we'd have almost like pretty much everything we need. Beautiful. Cool it off. I have another ingot here, technically, but I will need to use another coal in order to heat it. May as well do it now. Let's eat. Oh, that's nice and filling, buddy. I like it. All right, I'm gonna need more sticks. Let's go grab them right now. What day is it? 2nd of June. So we're getting into that season now where we can expect to see a lot more berries coming in. It's gonna be really nice. Okay. That's enough sticks. Let's grab these cranberries right here. And those red berries. All right, these are molten and ready. Deposit those. Plant these birches pretty much anywhere. Okay, so copper scythe head and a chisel. All right, it's sufficiently cooled. Do I want a copper rod for a fruit press or a scythe head? It's a really tough choice, honestly. I can't even, I've only found like one resin, I think, so I couldn't make the fruit press anyway. I need two, right? So we're just gonna go ahead and make a scythe that has utility. I'm gonna try not to use that chisel. That's the chisel we'll want to take apart our anvil later, when we get access to a bronze one. But I now have pretty much a full complement of copper tools. All right. Beautiful. Spare tools in here for now until I get more sticks. I could just make another wall rack for them, right? Let's deposit the chisel right there and then take these out. The pack dirt I need. That's where we store that stuff. Yeah, we have all this space that we can use, so. Oh, yeah. Hell, I'll keep those on me. Oh, wow. Dick. Oh, I'm really feeling that reduced melee damage. Anyway, let's make some armor. It just occurred to me I'm not even wearing armor, so, you know, super squish. Honestly, it's very jarring to go from playing as a blackguard to having 15% less melee damage. At first, I was like, oh, you know, big whoop, I have 15% less melee damage and range damage. But when you go from having 30% more to having 15% less, That's a 45% difference. You know what I mean? Like, it's actually rather substantial. Right, I need armor. I am totally playing with fire right now. Yeah, no more. No more going outside. It's crazy, reckless, and dumb right now. Let's make more bandages. Craft some armor. Hang up the tongs. I don't think that's enough dry grass. I think I need, wow, yeah, one more right there. Okay, dry grass, wood, knife. There's our armor. We're a little bit more protected. Let's heal up. Yeah, I'm not fighting all that. That's dangerous. There's a portal right beside my house, so the spawns are like out of control right now. But we got a full roster of copper tools, looking real damn good. Those 3 storage chests, I'll just put in the storage chests, which is really funny when you think about it. All right. We're good, buddy. We are good. All right. So, I think we're done with the episode for now. Just about the only thing I'd like to have is more packed dirt, but I will need to get more soil for that. Okay, guys, our first test with this class, really great. We have a wonderful episode 1 here, and we have all the opportunity in the world to really venture out and savor the experience. I have a full roster of copper tools. We got a knife, an axe, a shovel, a couple of hammers, still have a pickaxe and a prospecting pick. We have a copper spear, we got the shears, we got the scythe, we have the saw blade, you know, we have a chisel, we have everything we could possibly want for now. So God bless. We're ready for the rest of the game. Let's enjoy it. And let's hope I don't get myself killed stupidly. We just have to live long enough to get some decent armor. I need to kill a couple of bears, hopefully. I don't like it when I see bears, but as long as I see them before they see me, it's all good, right? These are 85% cured. Hang on, let's go to sleep. Maybe when I wake up, those will be ready for me to process into animal bags. And then we'll have 2 more inventory slots. I did skip the copper, folks. Yes, I did, yeah. I prefer the reach of the spear when I'm kiting wild animals to kill them. 100% cured. You don't say. It must be like right on the cusp of being finished. All right, let's grab the cattails. There we go. We got our pelts. Nice. Beautiful. All right, guys, I'm happy to say that when we come back, we'll have our fully upgraded inventory size here. Let's put all of our stuff in the crafting grid so I can swap the bags easily. Got the refund on those reed baskets. We're good. We are good. All right, everybody. Now, this has been the best, I would say, 8-hour start we've ever had. The amount of content we squeezed into that 8 hours, the amount of progress. We have a massive, massive garden, bigger than I've ever had before. All those copper tools, we did so nice. Oh, I'm not a hunter, Harold. I'm not a hunter. Yeah, I don't know if you, like, did you read the title and check the description? We're playing as a new class that I made this morning with mods. All right. Well, keep love alive, live to forgive, and keep redemption riding shotgun, everybody. Take care, rock on, and peace out for now. I hope you all have a great night and a wonderful sleep, or a great rest of your day, depending on which hemisphere you call home. I look forward to continuing this mission with you guys tomorrow. Hell yeah. All right. Good night, everybody. I'll see you in a bit. You too, Jake. Right on. Okay. Time to make my dinner.